Father Ocean, hear my song. You're the wave I was made from. Take me back to where we once began. Ocean Father, I was wrong. Years I followed just the sun. Now I see your darkness holds the key. I close my eyes and I begin to see. When we're alone,
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling, and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling, and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque.
Check, check, check. Hey, check, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, sound 1, 2. All the 28 locations. Check, check. Check, test. Test 1, 2. Hey, check. Please check the sound and the video quality. Check. Hey, check, sound 1, 2. Check, check. Check, sound. Hey, check, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, test, sound 1, 2. Check, check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. All the locations, please check the audio and the video part. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, check, test. Hey, check, sound 1, 2, check. Sound 1, 2, check. All the locations, please check the audio and the video part. Check. Check, sound 1, 2. Hey, check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, 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 sound 1, 2. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. All the locations, please check the sound quality. Hey, check. Hey, check, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, check, check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Check. All the location, please check the sound and the audio quality. Check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Hey, check, test, sound 1, 2. Check. Check, test. Hello? हाँ सर हाँ जेड 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 Hey, check test sound 1 2 check. Hey, check test sound 1 2 check test. Hey, test sound 1 2 check. Hey, check test sound 1 2 check. Hey, check test sound 1 2 check. Check test sound 1 2 check test sound 1 2 check. Hey, check test sound 1 2 check. Hey, check test sound 1 2. All the location, please check the sound and the video quality. Check, check. Hey, check test sound 1 2 check. अनुज ये जा रहा है ना कौन सा वाला जा रहा है ओके अलग आ रहा है वहाँ पे हे चेक टेस्ट साउंड 1 2 ऑल द लोकेशन प्लीज चेक हे चेक टेस्ट साउंड 1 2 ओनली लाइव भेजना सिर्फ हे चेक टेस्ट साउंड 1 2 साउंड 1 2 ऑल द लोकेशन प्लीज चेक द साउंड एंड वीडियो क्वालिटी चेक हे चेक टेस्ट check check hey check test sound 1 2 check test sound 1 2 all the location please check the sound and the video quality check test sound 1 2 होल्डिंग कर लेते इधर होल्डिंग कर ले हाँ नहीं तो काम करना वीडियो डाल दे अभी दोनों वीडियो इधर और उधर दोनों डाल
What are signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling, and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified by symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingiva to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums or bleeding. Breath.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingiva to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria can
Yeah, okay, perfect.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling, and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling, and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. and has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling, and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums.
Hi, good morning.
Parodontax
Just
is
wanted to
unlike
quickly
regular
update
toothpaste,
that
as the lower
we will
abrasion
start this
formula
program
has
in
a
another
unique physical
15
mode
minutes
of
or so.
action.
The reason being we are
These
connecting to
refined
over 30
sodium
locations
bicarbonate
from here.
particles
So we're just
penetrate
trying to
the plaque
coordinate
layer
with everyone.
and break up the
And there are
matrix
few
structure,
more of your colleagues
loosening
on the way.
structural integrity
So give us
of the
15 more
biofilm.
minutes and we will start. Till that time, if you want to have
This
some
weakening of the
tea, coffee or
matrix
grab a
allows the
bite for
plaque to be
breakfast,
more easily
please
removed in
feel free
hard-to-reach
so.
areas
15
during
minutes,
brushing.
we'll definitely start. Thank you
What
so
are
much.
the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, and bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works?
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax, the gum experts.
Over the last 10 years, Sensodyne has redefined oral health category with its many avatars. And has assertively campaigned its mission of sensitivity-free India. Presenting Sensodyne Complete Mouthwash, a fresh addition to our lineup marking the latest launch in oral care. Haleon forayed into newer therapy areas by introducing Parodontax, which addressed the need for a specialized gum care solution. The launch of Polydent was a breakthrough in denture adhesive market. Sensodyne marked the beginning of dental partnerships. We empowered dentists with the right knowledge and updated science to achieve clinical excellence. Our commitment to collaborate with dental healthcare professionals to improve patient care continues.
What are the signs of gum problems? Gum problems can be identified with symptoms like bad breath, swollen gums, discomfort in gums, or bleeding.
Patients often take their oral health for granted, not really knowing what's behind the smile. Healthy gingivae are pink and firm and do not bleed on probing or when brushed. But even in a healthy mouth, shortly after brushing, a thin layer forms over the tooth called the pellicle. This layer rapidly accumulates bacteria which attach to the pellicle and multiply, leading to the formation of plaque. As bacteria continue to multiply, they start to release toxins that can inflame and damage the surrounding gingival tissue. The body responds by increasing blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow and inflammation can cause the gingivae to bleed when probed or even when brushed.
How Parodontax toothpaste works.
Parodontax is a twice-daily toothpaste for people with or susceptible to bleeding gums. Parodontax is unlike regular toothpaste, as the low abrasion formula has a unique physical mode of action. These refined sodium bicarbonate particles penetrate the plaque layer and break up the matrix structure, loosening the structural integrity of the biofilm. This weakening of the matrix allows the plaque to be more easily removed in hard-to-reach areas during brushing.
What are the results of using Parodontax toothpaste? Parodontax is very effective in reducing bleeding gums, swelling and plaque. It starts showcasing noticeable reduction in bleeding from week 1 and reduces bleeding sites by 53% in 6 weeks and 72% in 24 weeks. For swelling gums as well, it showcases 14% reduction in modified gingival index by week 6 and 26% reduction in modified gingival index by week 24. Both these happen as Parodontax is able to achieve 10% reduction in total plaque index by week 6 and 44% reduction in total plaque index by week 24. Parodontax.
Hi, good morning everyone, and welcome to the first edition of PerioConnect, where we are trying, as a team in Helion to actually take a step further and make sure that we expand our horizons and do a lot more in dentistry, more specific to different specialities. Let me introduce myself. I am Dev. I take care of marketing for the oral health portfolio of Helion. Helion is erstwhile known as GSK Consumer Healthcare, and we have products like Sensodyne, Parodontax, and so on and so forth. As we progress in our endeavor to become more, proactive in terms of doing a lot more in dentistry, specifically for dentist and dental education, PerioConnect comes as one of the opportunities where we are first time entering into a specific educational program core designed towards periodontology. And for this, I am extremely happy to share with you that this has been the 4th consecutive day. We started this program on this Thursday with Hyderabad, followed by that Kolkata. So those 2 days were 2 city events only. And yesterday it was in Delhi, where we connected to over 15 cities from Delhi. And today, as I am speaking in front of you, we are here in our last leg with Mumbai, and we are connecting over 30 cities. So all in all put together, we will cover more than 50 cities in these 4 days. So that is a magnitude which we are trying to reach. For this particular event, I would like to thank Dr. Anil Arora, whom I have been associated with for a long time now. Dr. Arora needs no introduction. His Future Dent as a endeavor is known to all of us. Many new things and first of its kind things such as FamDent shows, FamDent awards are being conceptualized by him, and we all know that. But more than that, I'm very intrigued with the way he works, because we from the industry partners look up to him to actually support us in terms of doing better and more in terms of educational initiatives such as this. So this concept started about 3 to 4 months before. I just called Dr. Arora saying that, sir, this is what is a thought, what do you think? And then from that point onwards, he was the leading man to take this through, starting to making sure that we get a speaker such as Dr. Mario, we get the kind of content which you will enjoy today, and the entire organization. So thanks a lot, Dr. Arora, for supporting us throughout. Now I think without further ado, we can start the event, and as always, it would be my pleasure to invite Dr. Mario on stage, and we will quickly do a welcome for him, because this is his first time visiting India. So can I request Dr. V.S. Mohan to please come on stage and give a bouquet and welcome Dr. Mario. So Dr. Mohan, I would request you to just hold back. We also have another segment. Can I request now Dr. Kimji Gohil to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Anil Arora to be a stalwart and a pillar for this entire event. Thank you, and I would also request all four of you to just hold back. And can I request Mahesh, who is our lead for entire West region from Helion, to just join the stage. And as always, we will begin our event with the light of a lamp. So can I request all the 5 dignitaries to please go ahead and light the lamp and begin the last leg of PerioConnect, please. There.
सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा आकाशस्याधिपो विष्णुः अग्निश्चैव महेश्वरी वायो सूर्यक्षितेरिषः जीवनस्य गणाधिपः.
Okay, so thank you so much, all the dignitaries and all of you who are here and all the dentists who are joining us from the 30 cities. So I once again thank you all for choosing to spend your Sunday with all of us, and I'm sure by the time we finish this day you all would be very, very happy and energized. So thank you so much, and I would hand over to Dr. Arora to take the proceedings ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dev. Thank you for those kind words. I am going to make sure you get that extra dessert for speaking so good about me. Good morning, Mumbai. So feels so good to be back to your home turf and your home ground, and with so many familiar faces after 3 cities. Of course, a lot of people we know, but nothing compared to Mumbai. Thank you, Helion, for giving me this opportunity to do this one of its kind program, PerioConnect, which, as he mentioned, was conceptualized a few months ago. And thank you, Professor Mario, for agreeing to be here. And of course, our mentor and pillar, Dr. Kumar Swami, who will be here post-lunch because of the festival today. So, you all know me as, as they pointed out about FAMDent awards and FAMDent shows. A few years back, there was a little transitioning, and that changed to FutureDent, which we have been conducting under that banner. A lot of programs, specifically with Helion and some other pharmaceutical companies, and independent programs also. Shortly, we are planning to do a lot more under the umbrella of FutureDent, and you will come to know about these things. But new initiatives and some new programs, some new concepts. All those who are familiar with the erstwhile FAMDent would know that whatever we do, we have been doing for the general dentist community, something to do with upskilling and knowledge exchange programs. We'll continue to do that, but in a different way, some innovative programs coming your way very shortly. Watch out, and we will just keep in touch with you all. Professor Mario will be taking you through an excellent morning session I can say I'm not an implantologist. I don't do implants, but I can see what he did and the kind of connect that he had with the audience was amazing. The content which he presented was just too good and not to be missed. I'm glad you all are here, and also welcome to all those who are watching this remotely, right from Chandigarh to Chennai and Guwahati to Surat. There are about more than 30 centers where there are about 70 to 100 in each center participants who are watching this live today. I would like to call my associate, my prosthodontist and implantologist, Dr. Samira Sheikh, who has been with my clinic and with FutureDent since many years now. She will formally introduce Dr. Mario, and then Dr. Mario will take it from there. Please come to the dais, Samira.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a privilege for me to introduce to you all our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Professor Mario Amaiti from Italy. He is specialized in clinical dentistry and oral and maxillofacial surgery from the University of Torino. Currently, he is heading the Department of Periodontology at the University of Torino. He has served as past president of Italian Society of Periodontology, and he has been continuously doing many periodontal education programs. He is the director of postgraduate program accredited by European Federation of Periodontology. Professor Amaiti extensive contribution are reflected in his over 150 publication in top-tier journals, making him an internationally recognized expert. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Mario Amaiti.
Welcome, Mumbai. Good morning to everybody. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be in India. It's the first time for me in order to share our experience. Thank you to Alan for supporting these meetings all around your country. And thanks to Dr. Anila Arora that supported me in the last few months in order to prepare this meeting. If we can share my laptop with the first slide, please. Is it possible? Because there is no connection. No, everything is linked, is joined, and okay. Now we are here. Thank you. So I'm coming from Torino. Torino is in the northwest of Italy, and this is the picture of my city. On the back, you can see the most important monument, Mole Antonelliana, and the crown of the Alps behind that. So this is the rectorate of my university, established in 1404, so such a long time ago. and this is the Lingotto building, the site of our dental school. Lingotto building was the biggest car factory all around the world in 1924, Fiat cars, and it closed in 1989, and now inside, between other, so many other things, there is our dental school. So today, since we are talking all around the world about how to save nature and how to save panda, today we are shared together how to save teeth. So we studied dentistry, and so the main issue of our profession is to save teeth. And we will take together a journey in order to see how to face with patients mainly affected by periodontitis. Take care of our patient is different than to treat patient, and then we'll see together how what is the scientific evidence today in order to take care of our patient in the best way. So periodontitis, what is it? Is a chronic disease. Is a complex disease in which so many actors play a role in order to develop this disease. That we know that the prevalence of periodontitis is 40–45% in the Western countries, and in 11–12% of the population we can find very severe periodontitis. So when we talk about chronic disease, we are saying that we shift from an homeostasis condition in which normal host response joined to a commensal bacterial in periodontal health get to a dysbiosis due to an altered commensal bacterial composition or an increase in total oral commensal bacterial load or an increase in specific oral bacterial, the red complex, Porphyromonas gingivalis and company, or together linked to a dysfunctional immune response. On this case, we will find dysbiosis, and in dysbiosis is the background of the periodontal disease, periodontitis. So it means that we have to treat the inflammation control. We have to go through an inflammation control in order to stabilize homeostasis again. We have so many aspects that can influence this round, and there are genetics condition, we say susceptibility to develop periodontitis, and so many other aspects, risk factors like tobacco and diabetes, and some other factors related to the lifestyle, so obesity and stress. In 1986, Harald Löhe published the most cited papers in dentistry, in the literature in dentistry, about the natural history of periodontal disease in man. He studied for a long period of time a group of labor in Sri Lanka without any dentistry support, any home oral hygiene, nothing. So he divided this population in three subgroups. The green light, 11%, no disease, 81%, moderate disease, 8%, very severe disease in which they have lost all their teeth at 45 years old. Same condition, same everything, and 3 different levels of disease. So it means that the susceptibility, the individual susceptibility, and the host immune response play a very important role in the development of the disease. And you have to take into account this aspect for any treatment you decide to do. This paper was then confirmed, this data, from other research. This is another one published by Hubel and van der Velde about the natural history of the natural development of periodontitis related to the study of risk factors, risk predictors, and risk determinants. The new classification of periodontitis. So when we talk periodontitis stage, from stage 1 to stage 4, we classify periodontitis about severity, complexity, and extension. This is the picture of the clinical evaluation and the time of the first visit. In periodontitis stage 1 and stage 2, it's a very moderate disease. So it means that a general practitioner, dental hygienist, together, they can treat with efficacy this kind of disease. When we go through the stage 3, so the interdental clinical attachment level is more than 5 millimeters. So it means that the severity, it is higher. And the radiographic bone loss extends to the middle or apical third of the root. And about the complexity, we have PD of 6 millimeters. PD is probing depth, vertical bone loss, furcation involvement, or moderate ridge defect. We need only one of these aspects to include into this stage one single clinical case. So this kind of periodontitis needs to be treated by a specialist in periodontology. The stage 4 is very severe and it needs a multidisciplinary approach. The grade is a video, it's not a snapshot, but captures all the biological and environmental factors that can influence the prognosis of our clinical case, of our patient. So it means that we can evaluate the overall prognosis of our treatment along the time. And we have a grade A, B, or C. Of course, grade C, we have the rapid rate of progression. For example, a small amount of biofilm and a huge periodontal destruction. Or smoking in heavy smoker. Or hemoglobin glycate more than 0.7% in diabetic patients. When we diagnose a periodontitis, we have to know how to face with. The stepwise approach was published in Journal Clinical Periodontology in 2020 at the end of the workshop of the European Federation of Periodontology, in which we state how to treat periodontitis, step by step. So this is the footpath, and it is mandatory to follow this stepwise approach in order to treat properly our patient and to have the most predictability treatment about the overall prognosis of our patient. The step 1 is risk factor control. Step 2, professional subgingival instrumentation. Step 3, periodontal surgery. And at least, but not last, supportive periodontal care. This is the group in La Granja. And I would like to underline that if you will read this paper, and of course I'm suggesting you to do that, so we will find grade of recommendation. What does it mean, grade recommendation? A, strong recommendation. We recommend to do or not to do. It means that the quality, the level of the scientific evidence is very high. So undoubtedly, we have to do that, or we don't have to do that. B, recommendation. We shift from we recommend to we suggest. It means that the quality of the evidence is good. Not so strong like in we recommend, but it's very nice, good. C, open recommendation. There is no scientific evidence. So it means that you might consider to do something or not to do something. 15, systematic review for this workshop. And then let's start from the step 1. Supragingival biofilm control, domiciliary and professional, and risk factor control. There is a strong evidence that we must do that. When we talk about supragingival biofilm control at home, it means that home oral hygiene instruction and motivation has to be done. No doubt. This is probably one of the most demanding part of our clinical activity, because it is something like a fight against our patient in order to change their lifestyle. In Italy, we know that from the statistical point of view, the majority of the people spend 20 seconds, 30 seconds to brush their teeth. So we know that with less than 3 minutes with power or hand brushes, it is impossible to clean properly our teeth. 3-4 minutes. And then we have to use the interproximal brushes. So it means that, for example, at my dental practice, I have 2 dental hygienists full-time to do only home oral hygiene instruction, motivation, supragingival and subgingival instrumentation. There are in dark green, because before I show you dark green, we recommend to do that. So the color, you have to shift the color. About risk factor control, no doubt. Tobacco smoking cessation and diabetes control. Of course, it is not mandatory for a patient to give up smoking. But you have to know that you have to expect a different prognosis of your treatment, and it is better to select the proper treatment plan for a patient susceptible to periodontitis in which it is impossible to obtain give up smoking. About behavioral changes, you might consider. I always do that, but there is no scientific evidence that to eat 2 kiwi for day, it is fundamental in order to protect the patient from periodontitis. What about the second step? So the subgingival professional instrumentation, mandatory. And we will see it is a very important step. And adjunctive therapy, you might consider. So antibiotic, antiseptic, systemic antibiotic, even if there is the mention in the statement of the workshop that it is strongly recommended to use systemic antibiotic in very severe periodontitis in young patients. But what you don't have to do is to use these drugs, bisphosphonates, non-steroid, anti-inflammatory drugs, omega-3, and local metformin. We recommend not to use laser, photodynamic therapy, host modulating agents, probiotics, and systemic doxycycline. So what about laser? So because I know that all around the world there is a lot of discussion about the use of laser, so there is no evidence that it is useful to use laser to treat periodontitis. Conventional therapy works very well. There is a strong evidence, and we don't have to expect different results by using laser. Third step. At the reevaluation time, this is the real first visit for me. So the patient comes to my office, clinical evaluation, periodontal chart, full mouth X-ray, diagnosis. Step 1, step 2, reevaluation. In order to see a lot of aspects that it is impossible to see at the first visit. For example, compliance of the patient. If at the reevaluation time, we have to evaluate if there are residual pockets. If no, the patient undergoes to a supportive periodontal care. If yes, we must get through step 3. Are there PPD equal or more than 6 millimeters? If the answer is no, so it means that we have only 5 millimeter BOP. BOP is bleeding or probing. So we can evaluate a resubgingival instrumentation. It means that there is no indication for surgery for probing pocket depth of 5 millimeter positive at the bleeding on probing. If there are 6 millimeter or more, we have to evaluate if there are infrabony defects. Infrabony defects are vertical resorption. If the answer is yes, regenerative surgery is strongly recommended. We recommend to do. because the level of the scientific evidence that it is about its efficacy is very high. It's very high the quality of the evidence about membranes or amelogenins. EMD stands for endogain. Endogain is a product in which there are amelogenins, proteins, that can improve, that can induct periodontal regeneration. Bone graft, we suggest to use, mainly in some cases, but there is no strong evidence about their efficacy. Very strong evidence about papilla preservation flaps as a double flaps or single flap, MME or single flap approach. There are no intrabony defects. We have to ask if there are furcation involvement of class 2 or class 3. If yes, the level of the evidence of regeneration at the level of the mandibular teeth in second furcation involvement degree is very high. Third degree, open recommendation. So it means that we can decide, even by considering the overall treatment plan, scaling root planing, open flap debridement, root resection, root separation, and tunneling. At the level, at the level of the maxillary teeth, the level of the evidence for buccal furcation is good, not so strong, but we suggest to do. At the level of the interproximal furcation involvement, open recommendation. If there are no furcation involvement, we have to consider if there are aesthetic implications. If there are aesthetic implications, access flap. Access flap in order to reduce the contraction of the soft tissue. And then the recession. If the answer is no, we have to consider if we need to modify soft and hard tissue anatomy. No, access flap. Yes, resective surgery. So if you take the picture of this slide, there is step by step what you have to do in order to decide what will be your proceeding at the end of the step 2 at the reevaluation time, on the grounds of the scientific evidence, following the guidelines of the European Federation of Periodontology. What does it mean, patient-centered outcome? So, I will show you. The milestone in the treatment of periodontitis are these two aspects. Proper home oral hygiene, very demanding. Clean root surface, it needs a very high level of professionalism. Please share together with me this clinical case. 32 years old, full mouth plus score not too high, full mouth bleeding score very high. If you can see, there is not too much biofilm on the picture, of course, but if you look at the X-ray, it's a very, very severe periodontitis. It's a very young man. This is the periodontal chart. This is a wider view of the X-ray. Tooth mobility grade 2, tooth mobility between grade 2 and grade 3, tooth mobility grade 2, tooth mobility grade 1 and 2. So what is the treatment plan of this patient at the time of the first visit? A colleague of mine sent this patient to me, asking me to extract this teeth for a sinus lift procedure. this teeth for a sinus lift procedure and this tooth for an implant with GBR. 32 years old. Of course, at the time of the first visit, you don't know. You cannot know. Diagnosis, periodontitis, stage 3, grade C. Step 1 and 2. Re-evaluation and final decision on the grounds of two aspects. The answer from the patient, compliance, risk factor control, and the desire of the patient. I want to have function and aesthetic, and blah, blah, blah. Financial resources. Then there are psychological considerations. So in a patient like this, and all the patients that we'll share together today, step 1, step 2, re-evaluation. At the level of the first, fourth, and sixth sextant, this is the result from 2015 and 2025. 10 years of follow-up, so there was a quite important remineralization to the middle part of the root. Sextant 4. Have a look at this defect. 3 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, without any bone regeneration, only by non-surgical therapy, step 1 and 2, plus occlusal check. Sixth sextant, fifth sextant, we change his life. No bone reconstruction, no implants, nothing. So then I perform an osteoresective surgery at the level of the third sextant. Why? This is the result. From here, have a look. By osteoresective surgery. Because after 2 or 3 rounds of non-surgical therapy of subgingival instrumentation, there was still probing pocket depth of 6 millimeters or more, BOP positive, and then it needs for surgery. So we perform a fibre Ors technique, and I will show you, in order to reduce the impact of the resection, and this is the result. We had some problem at the level of 3.7 for an endoperio lesion, and so here we had to treat twice this patient, even with periapical surgery. This is the case in 2015, and this is the case in 2025. Have a look, even the contraction of the soft tissue. There are, of course, some recession, some reverse architecture here. This is a weak point, but there is no indication for surgery here. So, and a huge recession here, but all the teeth are still in place. This is the comparison between the two full mouth systematic X-ray. And this is the periodontal chart. So we can state that subgingival instrumentation close to risk factor control it is impossible to obtain results without the success of the step 1. So subgingival instrumentation alone is nothing. Nothing. After 40 days, the microbiome in the subgingival environment is reestablished completely. So without risk factor control, it is impossible to obtain results. It is impossible to treat periodontitis patient. Even if you decide to extract teeth and to place implant, it's all the same. You are shifting from periodontitis to periimplantitis. It is quite for sure. So we can obtain a good result, and we publish a systematic review with my group in which the question was, what is the efficacy in terms of pocket closure? So of course I'm interested to know that I can reduce PPD of 1.2 millimeter to 2.2, dependently from the initial probing pocket depth. But as a clinician, I am more interested to know what is the percentage of pocket closure. We revised 1,000 and something paper, 27 were included in the study, and we found that the mean residual pocket at the end, 1 year after non-surgical therapy, is 14. So it means that in pocket closure may occur in approximately 2/3 of the pockets. 2/3 is too much. And then we will have to consider the residual pocket by keeping in mind cautiously what will be the following treatment plan. So we know, we published 2 years ago with my group this paper in which we demonstrate that with the second or third round of subgingival instrumentation, we can improve in a statistical significant way the number of pockets that we can close by non-surgical therapy. Even because today we can use a minimally invasive approach. All of us know how the devices has been changed along the last 20 years. When I started to do scaling and replaning, I used curette. Now there are the Mini 5, the After 5, with a very small tips. The ultrasonic devices are very slim. So it means that the efficacy is improved. And moreover, we have to consider that you don't have to prescribe the professional instrumentation like, I want to say, like to shampoo your hair, no, with the instrument all around the mouth. But you have to consider with sensibility, precision, and the accuracy where you have to work. For example, along the subgingival instrumentation, I asked to all my students at my dental hygienist to use continuously explorer or probe in order to detect calculus and to get in a very precise way in order to be very efficient and with a less removal of hard tooth tissue, so with less biological impact. This paper was published by Ribeiro in 2011 and was the clinical and patient-centered outcome after minimal invasive non-surgical or surgical approaches for the treatment of intrabony defect. It was a randomized clinical trial. As you can see, the difference in terms of PPD reduction was absolutely the same. And the same for clinical attachment level. Have a look at the delta. So they had difference of PPD of 3.5 millimeter by the minimal invasive surgical therapy and 3.1 with minimal invasive non-surgical therapy, and the same with CAL. So the conclusions are clear. So they are both efficient with a suitable patient satisfaction, where you can use both for the treatment of intrabony defect. It means that we can select non-surgical therapy in order to treat this defect in a very efficient way and with effectiveness. On the grounds of this data, we publish some papers about the flapless approach by using the enamel matrix derivatives. This is the first one. Actually, we published a case series 1 year before, but this is a double-blinded, randomized clinical trial with a 4-month follow-up about the novel flapless approach versus minimal invasive surgery in intrabony defect. And the aim was to compare the effectiveness of amelogenins combined with flapless and minimal invasive surgery. Now there is a short video in which I want to show you how we face with this kind of procedure. So this is the microscope, and so we treated the pocket by using a very small retractor, transforming the pocket like in a channel in which we can observe the root surface. We can use even a very small mirror in order to check if there are residual calculus on the root surface. We wash out the defect, we place chemical treatment to detoxify completely the root surface, so the solution is the EDTA, and then we place the amelogenins. So what we can obtain in terms of PPD reduction and CAL gain was compared on this diagram, in which you can see that the difference between flapless approach and minimal invasive surgery is very poor at 12 months and less more at 24 months. This is a CAL gain. Have a look at this picture. Look at this defect and this defect. 24 months later, completely closed. The conclusion is that both treatments are very close to each other, with an additional it means afterward the step 2, with an additional PD reduction of 3.3 or 3.5 millimeter. At the level of minimal invasive non-surgical therapy, and as you can see, the difference with the minimal invasive surgical therapy is very poor. All monoradicular teeth show PPD at 3 millimeter at 24-month follow-up. Now we have just published another paper in which we, in a double-blinded way, we perform a randomized clinical trial in which compare the use of endogain or the use of a placebo with non-surgical therapy in order to evaluate exactly the role of the amelogenins. There is no statistical differences in terms of pocket closure, but there is 1 millimeter of improving by using the inductor. If you look CAL gain, flapless plus amelogenin, in terms of PPD reduction, flapless and flapless plus endogain. Have a look in terms of pocket closure. The difference is not too high, and in terms of foam is very high. So we can say, have a look at this clinical case. This defect is more difficult because it's shallow and wide with one wall defect, and we close completely. So it means that by the step 1 and step 2, we can obtain pocket closure in the 75% of the pocket. So it remains 25%, 30%. By a second or a third round, we can improve and to shift from 70 to 80. If there are some cases in which, for some reasons, we decide that there is no indication for surgery, we can improve a bit by placing into the defect some inductor, endogain, but it seems to work very well, even hyaluronic acid. And then we can decide for the third step about the surgery. So if you look, this is another clinical case. So it is possible to obtain very good results only by the first and the second step. I continue to underline because I know that it is very hard to succeed with this kind of stepwise approach in a proper way in a dental clinical practice. This guy is a little bit older, 40 years old. Have a look at this clinical case. He has a systemic problem and he cannot undergo to a surgical procedure. So he came in order to extract some teeth and to place some removable prosthesis. 2025. Can we compare? There was recession, mainly in the posterior sexton. Less in the fifth sexton, and no recession at the level of the second sexton. Have a look at the X-ray. The amount of the bone filling, even at the level of this defect. Have a look here. Have a look at the distal root of this 1.6. Here. Have a look here. This is not a miracle. This is always. You have to know what to do. Experience starting from your knowledge, what you have in your brain. And then there is the competency, and this is closely related to a mentor. And then there is the proficiency in everyday clinical practice. My student every day follow this footpath. In my dental practice, no way. It doesn't mean that if a patient doesn't have a good compliance, I don't treat him. I treat him. I am a doctor. I don't have to judge my patient, but I have to know what I have to do, what I must do. At first, you have to be convinced for yourself. This is the first step. because if you are not convinced, you cannot ask your patient to follow you. Periodontal surgery. Periodontal surgery, at the end of the step 2, at the reevaluation time, we said that there are so many conditions in which we have to consider surgery. How many options? Conventional surgery, resective surgery, periodontal regeneration / periodontal reconstruction. I do prefer to say periodontal reconstruction. What about conventional surgery? This is the systematic review that we have written together with the Madrid School Complutense for the workshop that stated the guidelines for the treatment of periodontitis stage 3. PICO number 1. In patients with periodontitis, how effective are access flaps in comparison to scaling and root planing, attaining probing depth reduction for the infection control? Question number 2. In patients with periodontitis, are minimally invasive access flap more effective, so papilla preservation technique, than conventional access flap in attaining probing pocket depth reduction? Moderate pocket, PPD reduction, short term, long term. So it means that PD reduction in the short term was significantly greater, but with a weighted mean difference of 0.34 millimeter. Nothing in the long term. Deep pockets. In the short term, 0.75 millimeter. Long term, 0.39 millimeter. With differences that decrease with time. Not enough evidence about PICO question number 2. So what does it mean? It means that in deep pockets, access flap can perform a little bit better than scaling and root planing in terms of PPD reduction, but achieve similar cal changes. Of course, you have to evaluate if 0.3 millimeter can justify a surgical procedure. Of course, always it depends from the overall treatment plan. And in some cases, there could be an indication, but you cannot expect too much from this procedure. So the advantages of access flap is limited as a clinical impact. Second option, osseous resective surgery. Osseous resective surgery, it means the correction of the bone architecture and the apical position flap. It means that we can eliminate completely the pocket, but we will have a recession. Osseous resective surgery. Of course, there are indication and contraindication. How does it work? What is the efficacy? The weighted mean percentage of pocket elimination, so final PD 4 millimeter or less, at 12 months is of 98%. So it means that we can close all the pocket. And the recession at 12 months is 2.1 millimeter. Of course, you have to consider if you can accept 2 millimeters of recession or not. Please consider this histological aspect. Always, in the deepest part of the pocket, we will find 1 millimeter of junctional epithelium and 1 millimeter or more of connective tissue attachment. This is the supracrestal tissue attachment, the former biological width. If you can elevate the flap in order to keep, to maintain, to preserve the supracrestal tissue attachment that is explained, personally I consider very well, because very good, because you can see all the fibers attached to the root surface. If you can preserve these crestal fibers, we can obtain less recession. So if we reshape the bone following these fibers, we can reduce the amount of bone resection. Of course, we need some surgical attention. So we publish this paper in which we evaluate the soft tissue regrowth after osteorective surgery with and without fiber retention technique, with a 4-year follow-up of a randomized clinical trial with a split mouth approach. If we look the PPD after 4 years is 3 millimeter for the horse and 2.8 for the fiber horse. What about recession? We're starting from 6 millimeter for the fiber horse and 6 millimeter for horse and 5.5 millimeter for the fiber horse at the time of the suture, because we place our flap at the level of the bone crest, to 3 to 2.5 48 months later, and buccally and palatally from 3.5 at 12 months post-surgery to 3.1, 2.1 at 12 months to 2 and 1.6 and 48 months. It means that there is a huge rebound coronally with a reduction of the recession. What I want to say is that if we start from here before the surgery and 1 year afterward the surgery, 15 years later, there will be this kind of rebound and this quality of soft tissue. Have a look at the data related to the probing pocket depth. After 4 years, 89.5%, so it means 90% of the size has 3 millimeter of probing pocket depth. 8%, 4 millimeter. 2.3%, 5 millimeter. 0.2% more than 5 millimeter. At my home, this procedure works very, very well. Have a look at the video of the procedure. The incision, have a look at the blade, horizontally positioned, because by using the polished component of the blade, as a caliper, I measure the thickness of the marginal flap, because the flap has to be more than 1 millimeter and less than 2, so more or less 1 millimeter and a half. This is the split thickness flap, and this is the secondary flap that must be removed by a blade or by a clamp in order to preserve the bottom of the leaf. This is the thinnest part of the flap. As you can see, the incision is very small because I my blade as a blade and as a caliper. I design very carefully the flap design, and I am very careful in order to obtain the same thickness of the flap everywhere. We are removing the interconnection piece, and now the blade will separate the granulation piece because the granulation piece is attached, is not attached to the flap. Fibers are not attached. Now with the blade, with some scissors, I remove only the granulation piece, and I perform very small ostectomy in order to solve the reverse architecture. This is the phase of osteoplastic, in which we remove some thickness of the bone in order to get more or less almost 1 millimeter and a half of thickness. The same on the palatal side. I don't use high speed because I control much better with the reductor engagement with the red green. So I'm using diamond curves or lamella curves depending on the density of the bone. Here we are eliminating some cartilage. Now we are checking the architecture of the bone. This is the anchorage to the periosteum, the flap, by two vertical matrices. So with this kind of suture anchoring to the periosteum, I can exactly decide the height position in the palatal direction of my flap. Prestally is a prestally. So if you look at the suture, it is clear that we position exactly at the level of the bone crest our flap. Step by step, another clinical case, the probing, pro-surgical, the X-ray, there is even a wisdom tooth, the paramarginal incision, the thin palatal flap, and the distal wedge. Have a look at the thickness of the flap. Uniform. Because if you have flap with 1 millimeter or less of thickness, there you will have necrosis. Necrosis of the margin of the flap, it means pain for the patient. Mainly on the palatal side, a lot of pain, because it will produce a lot of pro-inflammatory cytokines. If you have more than 1 millimeter and a half, you will have too much thick your marginal tissue at the term of the wound healing. And it means that it will be much more difficult for the patient to clean properly in the area of the sulcus. So thickness is really very, very important. Soft tissue management is very important. This is the differences between an oral surgeon and a periodontist. I can tell you because I am even a maxillofacial surgery and I perfectly know what I'm saying. Soft tissue management, very careful. The elevation of the flap by a split thickness flap, Split thickness flap is possible if you have enough thickness, exostosis, calculus, reverse architecture. Reverse architecture, it means that the bone interproximally is more apical than at the level of the root, buccally and palatally, or lingually. The extraction of the wisdom tooth, the secondary flap of the thinned palatal flap. I will show you, just in order to show you that it is better to remove in one block the secondary flap. Because if you tear something, it will be much more difficult to be effective. The distal wedge, take your time for incision and the elevation. The correction of the reverse architecture and the suture supracrestally. The X-ray, wound healing 7 days later, buccally and palatally. Here there was some sufferance. 1 month, 12 months, 48 months. The comparison, pre-surgical view, 48 months later. Have a look mainly palatally, the difference. Buccally, more or less, we have the regrowth of the soft tissue at the pre-surgical level. Even because it was a thick biotype. On this case, just to underline the concept of the soft tissue, we have to do an osteorectic surgery by apicalizing and lateralizing the flap with a multi-papillary lateral position of this flap. We can even improve the amount of the keratinized tissue at the level of the mesial root of 1.6. If you can see the difference between here and here, only by shifting a bit the flap. Periodontal reconstruction. This is the third option. Last but not least, periodontal reconstruction is the third surgical option when we have intra-bony defect more than 2 millimeters, or even 2 millimeters in the third apical part of the root. But we know that periodontal regeneration is very effective. If you remember the step-by-step when I asked you to take the picture, periodontal regeneration was in strong green. So very good level, very strong level of scientific evidence. I would start with periodontal regeneration in the worst cases. So in the hopeless teeth. Hopeless teeth, it means teeth that you have to extract, like this one. If you read the paper published by Cortellini and Tonetti, you can see the 88% of survival rate were observed in periodontal regenerated group. So it means that we can save 90% of hopeless teeth. It means to be too much about the powerful of periodontal ligament. You know that periodontal regeneration coming from the stem cell of the periodontal ligament. Two papers. Scaffold, it doesn't mean to be very important. Have a look. M means with or without regenerative material resulted in significant clinical and radiographic improvement. M-MIST in blue, M-MIST plus endogen in green, M-MIST plus endogen plus xenogenic bone, BIOS or whatever you like, in orange. Calgain, 4.1, 4.1, 3.7. PPD reduction, 4.1, 4.1, 4. Recession, the same. Second paper. Deeper defect with narrow angle and increased number of walls exhibit improved cal and radiographic bone gain, but more data are needed about other aspects as defect morphology. Try to summarize these two papers. On one hand, we're stating that we can use only flap procedure and the use of the blood, the clot. The clot is the best material for regenerate. If we succeed in order to reduce as much as possible our flaps, we can improve the stability of the clot. Single flap approach, it means that we do a very small incision, we elevate a bit, we clean, and we use the clot in order to regenerate. If you have more difficult defect, we can improve, we can boost by placing some inductor. When the use of the scaffold, it doesn't seem to be useful to use the scaffold. But on the other way around, we have to say that in some very big defect, it is at first impossible to do a very small flap because we have to see in order to clean. And the second point, we need to obtain with a huge defect the stability of the clot, probably by using a scaffold. Small defect, single flap approach or M-MIST. Wide defect, something more. It depends from the shape of the defect, the angle of the defect, and the number of the walls. Clinician is very important in regeneration. So it means that you can do something that I'm not able to do. So the skill is very important. But I think from this point of view, that is very, very important, the school. The presence of a mentor. The learning curve could be different between all of us. But all of us, we can arrive to get a very good level in order to face with this kind of procedure. Now I'm showing you two clinical cases treated by my students at the second and the third year of the postgraduate program. So this is the first one. Have a look at this cuspid. This is the defect. This is the probing, and this is the non-surgical therapy. Now we are at the time of the surgery. We are using a paramarginal incision. It is not usual on this surgery because we want to coronalize the flap in order to attain periodontal reconstruction and increasing of the keratinized tissue at the level of the cuspid. By colonization the flap, we have to do something in order to position our flap at the level of the lateral incisors. So the elevation of the flap has to be very careful in order to avoid any damage to the margin of the flap. And we can use elevator, but we can even use blade in order to separate the granulation tissue of the defect from the inner part of our primary flap. This is at the time of the cleaning of the defect. As you can see, is a huge defect with a different composition. In the most coronal part is a one wall, then two wall, and the deepest part is a three wall defect. Now we are going to harvest connective tissue from the palatal side. So with the first incision, we decide the thickness of the graft, take care of the palatal artery. We know that in flat palatal vault you have more risk than in the deep palatal vault, but in any case, I don't consider the palatal artery a huge problem if you know what we are doing. So here we are elevating the graft from the palatal side. On this case, the graft is quite too thick. Okay. And now we are going to clean chemically the root surface with EDTA, and then we are going to place the connective tissue graft in order to cover the recession at the level of the cuspid, improve keratinized tissue, and in order to obtain one more wall buccally, just to stabilize our clot better. So the wall technique was published by Giovanni Zucchelli, and we don't use too much, but in some cases it should be useful to use it in order to obtain much more stability. When you want, of course, obtain much more keratinized tissue or to cover some recession. This is at the time in which we place amelogenins, and this is the suture in which we colonize the flap. Of course, you have to desepithelize the secondary flap at the level of the lateral incisors, and then we place our flap exactly like this. 1 year later, this is the result. This is not a very good result from the mucogingival point of view, but we obtain a very good result in terms of periodontal reconstruction. And we save this cuspid. Have a look at these central incisors. Try to imagine to extract this tooth. The quality of the atrophy. What is better implant than this one? Of course, here I cannot think that only the clot could be enough in order to have regeneration, because the space is huge. And we know for sure that the main issue in periodontal regeneration is the clot stability to the root surface. Clean the root, detoxify the root, no calculus, and clot stability. Clot stability by soft tissue management, or more by the use of barriers, membrane, or amelogenins. If the defect is very wide, probably, and this is the reason, because there is a good scientific evidence, not at the highest level, but very good scientific level about the use of scaffold. Then you decide what is the best scaffold for yourself. So this is the material placed in order to fill in completely the gap, membrane, stabilized with 2 pins in order to maintain everything stable, very stable, and suture. And this is the final result 12 months later. So we save this tooth. The endodontic therapy was done because they were negative to the vitality test. Have a look at these 2 defects. Have a look at this cuspid, not so very difficult, but have a look at this premolar, very difficult. Because have a look at the X-ray. This second premolar is in the air. Try to think to place an implant shoulder here. Should be a disaster. You have to select something different. So, scaffold, membrane, scaffold, membrane, periapical surgery, "12 months later, we re-entry because we need to reduce the residual propine pocket depth. After regeneration, there was a supra-bony component with 5 or 6 millimeters, I don't remember, and we decided to get through with an osteorective surgery in order to place our flap at the level of the bone crest, in order to reduce as much as possible the risk of recidiva. Have a look at these lateral incisors. Have a look at this premolar. Even with the apical root fracture, with the bucco-sinus communication due to the periodontitis. This is the intrasurgical field, microsurgical procedure, clean the defect. How big is this defect? Scaffold, there is a party outdoor, a resorbable membrane, suture. I took this X-ray last week. They like too much. they are happy. Okay, we published this systematic review with meta-analysis of randomized clinical trial in which we included a total of 12 RCT, and the weighted mean difference of pocket resolution was 61 for pocket with 3 millimeter and 92 when the outcome is PPD of 4 millimeter. We confirmed the data of the European, of the systematic, of the state, of the guidelines of the systematic review, and regenerative surgery seems to be a viable approach in order to obtain a PPD of 4 millimeter or less in the majority of the cases in the short term. Now I'm wondering if you want to go through with the implant or we have the coffee break. coffee break. Okay, how long? 15 minutes. Be precise, because there are implants. There are implants. 15-minute implants, everybody indoor.
Hello. Friends, this is a 10-minute tea break and 5-minute coffee break. Total 15 minutes. On the screen, you will get a number where you can post your questions. That same number will be displayed during lunchtime also. So any queries you have, please feel free to send a WhatsApp message on that number, and we'll try and address all the queries after the session in the afternoon, Dr. Kumar Swami's session. Thank you and enjoy your tea.
hear my song. You're the wave I was made from. Take me back to where we once began. Ocean Father, I was wrong. Years I followed just the sun. Now I see your darkness holds the key. I close my eyes and I begin to see.
Hi friends, you have that number on the screen. If you have any queries, please feel free to send your queries regarding this part 1 of the session. The part 2 of the session will take you through a journey of implantology and very interesting cases again, because I have been seeing this presentation over the last 3 days, and I think Dr. Mario has done great justice to the topic of perio and combined it with implants. So we'll just start in a short while. Any queries, again I'm just repeating that that's a number on the screen where you can send. Over to you, Dr. Mario.
Okay. Well, so we take 65, 70 minutes in order to get through with implant therapy and with the treatment of some clinical cases affected from periodontitis stage 4. So I try to jump from one slide to another because we decided to cut some non-essential part of my presentation in order to go to the end for 1:30 p.m. So it is important to notice that based on observational studies on full arch rehabilitation, in partially edentulous patients, a history of periodontitis is associated with poorer survival rate at higher risk of periimplantitis during 5-10 years period after implant loading, and the tooth loss were lower than corresponding estimates for implant. Take care these two statements. So it means that in patients affected, susceptible to periodontitis, we have some more biological risk to develop peri-implant disease. Milestone is that periodontitis must be successfully treated before implant placement. So it means that before to get through with placement of implants, you have to have under control inflammation. By placing implant, you have to take care the clinical procedure in order to obtain this kind of soft tissue wound healing. So it means that you have to take into account the surgical procedure in order to protect bone thickness or to augment bone thickness and soft tissue thickness in order to realize the clinical condition to have the best soft tissue stability around the implants and the best bone stability around implants. What I want to say, please have a look at this case. Here there is enough bone thickness. When I say enough bone thickness, 1.5 millimeters or more. the implant was placed 1 millimeter subcrestally because we know that we can improve the bone environment by placing implants 1 millimeter subcrestally than not crestally. Even because we have to consider the osteoclastic post-surgical activity. Of course, we are talking about bone level, implant bone level, tissue level is another field. What about soft tissue? A good amount of keratinized tissue and a good thickness, because there are an increase of the data in the literature in which seems to be demonstrated that with an appropriate peri-implant keratinized mucosa, we can reduce problem related to peri-implant area. Have a look at the provisional crown, the final crown, the quality of the integration, and the crown 10 years later. Soft tissue level, bone tissue level. Another clinical case in which you can see that the suture are always suture anchored to the periosteum by a vertical matrix suture, because I don't want to lose this keratinized tissue by overlapping the wound healing abutment. So the soft tissue has to be placed at the level of the bone crest. Provisional crown, have a look the level, the quality of the biofilm control after the maturation of the tissue and the final crown in place. Bone healing after 8 years. An implant, again, positioned at the level of the lower jaw, close to another implant. The soft tissue around the implant shoulder, the abutment, the maturation of the tissue, and the behavior of the bone. The difference between an implant placed 1 millimeter subcrestally with a platform switching concept and an implant placed in a conventional way in which it is very frequent to observe this intra-bony component. So this result is due to so many factors. 1 millimeter subcrestal position, platform switching concept, and to reduce the number of screw and unscrew the wound healing abutment in order to reduce the trauma at the level of the junctional epithelium. But in any case, this afternoon we will talk about peri-implantitis. From my personal point of view, the best way to reduce the risk of peri-implantitis, the best way to treat peri-implantitis is to prevent peri-implantitis. You must prevent peri-implantitis. Because when peri-implantitis is a disease that you can clinically evaluate in the mouth of your patient, you are in a huge problem. Very difficult to treat, periimplantitis, very difficult. There are 25 years that we are talking about the treatment of periimplantitis and nothing is coming. Why? Because there is a surface, a roughness surface today, exposed in the mouth, is quite impossible to take under control the biofilm. How can you manage soft tissue above an implant contaminated? How can you think to regenerate? Of course, there are cases and cases. Some cases it's possible to do something. In intrabony defect, you can improve keratinized mucosa. But the best way is to prevent. In order to prevent, you have to treat periodontitis before. It means that you have to have biofilm under control. And then from the clinical point of view, you can maximize your results with some very small particular. In my personal experience in the last 10, 12 years, 1 millimeter subcrystal position of the implant, platform switching, and to reduce as much as possible, screw and unscrew. If it is possible, only once. With the encode abutment, it is possible to scan or to impress the wound, the healing abutment, and then to place immediately your abutment in place. Another aspect that I can suggest you is to ask to your dental clinician to steam, to clean very well the abutment in the component that we will place into the cone. Because if you don't ask for this, you will receive an abutment completely thin from the debris that you cannot see with your eyes. So, electrolytic ultrasonic machine with electrolytic liquid, steam, and close into a box. And then when the abutment will come to your office, please avoid to touch the abutment with your gloves, because with gloves, on the surface of the glove, there is power. So touch your abutment in the most coronal part or with some forceps in order to avoid any contamination, because if there is a contamination in the abutment, you will have chronically an inflammation from foreign bodies. So recently we published a paper, now I'm trying to find it, this is, in which we had an average marginal bone loss of 0.25 millimeter in a randomized clinical trial, 0.25 in the group of the abandoned, clean, steam, and sterilized, compared to the control group in which we only clean and steam the abutment. There was no statistically significant because 0.25 compared to 0.35, but the percentage of bleeding sites was significantly higher in the control group, 8.7 versus 19%. So it means that you can obtain too much less inflammation. Keeping in mind all these very small particular, but Michelangelo Buonarroti said that one single particular is not really a huge difference, but a lot of particularity makes a lot of difference. So I personally consider two aspects very important in order to reduce the risk of periimplantitis. To have enough bone all around the implant, at least 1.5 millimeter all around. It is not really an easy anatomical, clinical evaluation, because the bone crest width is, in a few cases, is more than 6 millimeter or 7 millimeter, because our standard implants are 4 millimeter. It means that we need 7 millimeter. Please consider how many bone crests with 7 millimeter width you will find in your clinical activity. So it means that in the last few years, I prefer to use narrow implant, and I can obtain 1 millimeter more because I'm shifting from 4 to 3. And there are no problem at all from the occlusal point of view. Mainly in the frontal area, but even in the posterior area, if the patient is not a huge parafunction or something like that. The second point is that you have to consider much more often GBR procedure. Or in some cases, in a lot of cases, you can obtain GBR with a very simple procedure, with the edentulous ridge expansion, mainly in the maxillary jaw. Have a look at this video. Starting from the injection, very far from the flap, tape very carefully to avoid any microhematoma due to the trauma at the capillary level. One single incision, only one. Use the blade. Here we perform a paramarginal incision because we want to keep in place the papilla and to reduce as much as possible the trauma at the level of the interproximal clinical attachment level. Dissector and CTGO in order to elevate the flap without any trauma at the level of the margin by only a rotation. Not push your flap like this on the palatal side. This is a mistake because you are traumatizing the margin. The first burr, 2 millimeter, the use of an osteotome, manually used or by an osteomallet, you can expand the diameter of the bone, and so you can increase immediately. Then please use a burr, very low speed, without any irrigation, in order to harvest bone into the implant socket. Now there is the implant placement. There is no good stability. I'm using an osteotome and I stabilize, PAM, the implant in 1 millimeter more apically into the bone. Now I am taking the bone that I harvested with the burr and I am placing the bone all around. So I expanded my bone, so I increased the width, the bone crest width. So I'm placing some bone chips, and with a very small flap. I didn't go beyond to the mucogingival line. I expanded my bone crest. I harvested some bone with zero biological impact compared to a conventional implant placement. This is a single suture. And here there is the implant placement and the X-ray. On this case, this is a case that I have treated a lot of years ago. We had to place this implant. The bone crest here is very thin, but there is no dehiscence, there is no fenestration. I can leave it like this. But if you elevate the flap few months later, you will find the whole surface exposed. You will have dehiscence for sure. With less of 1.5 millimeters of bone all around, you will have your implant surface exposed. And so it means to increase the risk to have implantitis along the time. So here I use a technique that I use on that ear, some bone. So of course the biological impact of this procedure is much more than the previous one, the elevation, the position of the resorbable membrane. So this is the change of the from the concavity to a convexity. The transmucosal cone, the interproximal tissue that is support on both sides from the periodontal attachment level of the neighboring teeth. And this is the final crown in place. And the X-ray. You cannot use the edentulous ridge expansion on a case like this, because here we have to extract this tooth for obvious reason. This is the wound healing, in which you can see the collapse of the soft tissue, vertically and horizontally. Here we have only the lingual cortical bone. So we have a big hole. So we place the implant. We harvest by the burr the bone chips, some xenogenic bone, resorbable membrane, coronalization of the flap, quality of the bone reconstruction, soft tissue augmentation, bone thickness, soft tissue thickness, suture, this is the change of our bone crest in bone and in soft tissue, in bone and in soft tissue, in bone and in soft tissue, not only in soft tissue. Come on. And this is the final crown in place and the X-ray. This is a very demanding clinical case in a young lady, cuspid. This is a failure of my periodontal regeneration. This is a picture in which it is possible to observe these very deep grooves, concavity, depression, and probably this is one of the reasons because my regeneration failed, together with that the patient told me that he gave up smoking, but she didn't give up. I had to extract this tooth for suppuration. You can see the splinting because I used then this crown as a provisional crown, as a natural bridge. I never thought to place an immediate implant placement here. I'm not crazy. I don't like run in placing teeth. I like running because I run a lot of marathons. So this is the concavity, the bone repair without any material, implant placement, very small flap, the bone harvested by the burr, bone reconstruction. I envelop a membrane, a resorbable membrane, and I place a connective tissue graft. Suture for the first intention. Is it possible in this kind of bone reconstruction to select a one-stage procedure? Again, the wound healing. The wound healing is always the same. If you have thickness of bone and if you have thickness of soft tissue, this is the quality of the wound healing. If the patient has a very good humoral hygiene, of course. No any sign of inflammation. Have a look. There is no bleeding everywhere. If you want to obtain stability, the tissue has to be in a very good health. Because with inflammation, there is rumor, calor, dolor, tumor, functio lesa. So it means that there is more liquid in the tissue, the tone of the tissue is weaker, and you can obtain only failures. But if you have enough thickness of the bone underneath and enough thickness about soft tissue, without inflammation, you can obtain always this kind of wound healing. And without this soft tissue, you cannot obtain a very good result, even from the aesthetic point of view. This is a young lady. She asked me to have a good result, even from the aesthetic point of view. This is normal. And this is the final crown in place. Of course, the dental technician is very good, but without soft tissue, without pink aesthetic, we cannot attain white aesthetic. Have a look at the picture of the bone crest on the occlusal side, and this is the result after a few years. I took this picture last week or 2 weeks ago just to complete my presentation for you. This is a very difficult case, but we can jump, and maybe I will show you later on. Because we are close to half an hour. Now we have considered together, all the possibility, all options for treatment of periodontitis stage 4 patients. So step 1, step 2, surgery, conventional, flap procedure, osteorective surgery, regeneration, and when we have to extract a tooth, implants. In periodontitis stage 4, we need a multidisciplinary approach. So we need some different expertises. Which are the specific diagnostic pathways in patients with this kind of disease? Evaluation of the amount of periodontal breakdown, patient function, and aesthetic. Some patients ask us for function, some patients ask us for function and aesthetics. They are two completely different words. Number of teeth that has been lost due to periodontitis. This is important in order to evaluate the susceptibility and the overall treatment plan. Prognosis of individual teeth. Favorable, questionable, or hopeless. Sometimes some teeth, questionable, cannot be treated, keeping into account the overall treatment plan. So you have to evaluate what will be the final aim of your journey together with your patient. And restorative factors. This is another very important point. If I have to restore, I have to consider some aspects that I cannot consider if I don't have to restore. Example, if I have one tooth with 5 millimeters of probing and I don't have to restore, it is okay. If I have to restore this tooth, it is not okay. Because by placing a restoration, a full crown, it changes the microbiome, and there is a finish line, and the possibility to have much more information is more. And prognosis of the overall case. So after the diagnosis, the case study, and the patient information and acceptance, we are going for the stepwise approach, considering in periodontitis stage 4 that we need to combine periodontal therapy with rehabilitation, and so we have to identify the appropriate timing of the working flow. So between step 1 and 2, it means that we have to evaluate the compliance of the patient. Green light, orange, or red light. Then at the end of the step 2, we have to consider the periodontal reevaluation, surgery or not surgery. And then when we finish step 3, supportive periodontal care, and final restoration. Along this pathway, we have to consider the temporary control of secondary occlusal trauma along step 1, step 2, and 3. We have to consider the interim restoration between step 1 and 2. We have to consider dental implants between step 3 and supportive periodontal care before final restoration, and we have to consider orthodontic therapy. Orthodontic therapy always by the end of periodontal step 3. My suggestion is to take a picture of this slide, because here there is everything, in order to follow step by step the proper procedure of the treatment of this kind of patient. So here we can jump. We know that we can treat patients by affected of periodontitis with orthodontic therapy if we restore periodontal healthy conditions. Some clinical cases of periodontitis stage 4. This is stage 4 case type 1, in which there is tooth migration and tooth mobility. This lady came to my office in 1996 when I was a child with tooth mobility, and since I had just finished my specialty in maxillofacial surgery, the colleagues asked me to sinus lift procedure and some implant in the posterior area, or maybe a Toronto bridge on the maxillary jaw, because there was tooth mobility between 2 and 3 everywhere. The X-ray is not very clear, but have a look at the root apex of the central incisor. So this lateral this central incisor, the lateral, so it was a mess. And even some implant in the fifth sextant. So I remember clearly this lady was crying at my chair, 28 years old, but she was desperate. So she noticed the elongation of this tooth, the migration of the central incisor, and she came to his dentist. His dentist proposed this clinical case to another colleague, and this colleague sent this case to my office. So I sent to her non-surgical therapy and occlusal control, nothing else. And then we see, because to place the implant in a mouth in which there was no biofilm with this kind of periodontal destruction, I was completely scared. Because it means that this lady was so susceptible to periodontal disease. 1996. 2017. She got married, she had 2 children, she has lost 2.1 at the beginning of the treatment because there was third-degree mobility and suppuration in spite of my subgingival instrumentation. She used the central incisor as a provisional solution, as a natural bridge, and this provisional solution was for 21 years. From 1996 to 2017 is, 21 years. Then she had 50. She asked me, come on, Prof, can we do something for my aesthetic? Okay. So the best solution for me is to place an implant to avoid any natural bridge. But the problem is that this space is very wide. So it means that I have to change completely the smile line of the patient. So we debated a lot with this patient, with the orthodontist. I have an orthodontist that worked together with me since 1994. And so we took the risk. So we went on for an orthodontic therapy in order to recover the space. This is the clinical condition and the time of the implant placement. There was enough bone, but we placed a connective tissue graft in order to solve the problem of this concavity. There is enough bone. There is not the CBCT, but there is enough bone. But if you leave this concavity, even if there is enough thickness of bone and soft tissue, you will have a gray zone at the emergency of the crown. And so the crown will be artificial. So it is a matter of few minutes to take a piece of connective tissue, maybe even from the palatal flap, and to place underneath your primary flap. Very, very few. The provisional crown, frenulotomy because there was this tension at this level. And it is unstable because this peri-implant soft tissue is a scar tissue. And it is unstable. So I would prefer to remove this frenulum, but the frenulotomy is a matter just a few seconds because you don't have to remove the frenulum. You have only to separate the attachment of the muscle, a big window at the periosteum, and you finish your treatment. And this is the soft tissue after some months of provisional crown. Again, see the quality of this soft tissue. The crown in place, the smile line, the emergency of the crown compared to the soft tissue, and this is the X-ray. After 29 years of follow-up, this patient doesn't have any one single site with 6 millimeters of probing. She has 21 sites with 4 or 5 millimeters. She continues to be susceptible to periodontal disease. She continues to come through 3 times per year for the professional instrumentation, home oral hygiene correction, and so on. She had a relapse in 2012, 2013, because she was close to divorce. Under stress, she opened a lot of probing pocket depth in a few weeks. And so we solved the problem together and we started again. So this is the comparison. The proposal was a Toronto Bridge in 1996. The question is, what I want to receive as a treatment in my mouth in a clinical case like this, give yourself an answer, and then proceed with your patient. And this is the comparison of the X-ray. Have a look at these lateral incisors. I love it. Have a look at these lateral incisors. Have the comparison between the second premolar with the second premolar. This molar with this molar. This molar with this molar. This incisor with this incisor. There is the lamina dura everywhere. We can change the life of this lady? I think yes. Now we can jump to another clinical case. This is a clinical case. This is my clinical case. My clinical case. This is a man, 63 years old, in 1996. He came to my office with the proposal of 2 Toronto bridges. The old guy like me knows that in the past there was no all-in-4. There was the Toronto bridge. Okay, have a look. Third class, angle class, skeletrically. Huge tongue, like a fillet. A tongue like this. A man tall like me, but twice or 3 times like me, because I'm very slim. Masseters like Mike Tyson. I will show you the face close to 90. I will show you the face later on. I will show you the face. Huge mobility, he told me. Prof, not prof, because at that time I was dot. Dot, I came to you because I know that you are really deeply involved on this kind of problems. Can you do something for me? My answer, I don't know. Etiological phase, no surgical therapy. And then we'll see. Okay. He gave up smoking. Have a look at the orthopan tomograph. This guy is always gone to the dentist. Okay, the clinical data. Okay, 6 years later. Have a look of this incisors. There was some root resorption due to the orthodontic movement. Have a look of this 3.4. Probably today I will remove this tooth because the root-crown ratio is incredible. And have a look at this occlusal setting. Of course, this patient asked me only for function. But there was no possible to close this diastema from the orthodontic point of view. From the skeletal reason, I asked him for some restorative treatment, but I was really in doubt. I convinced him not to do, because I don't want to transform a human being in a monster with a crown big like this. He always be like this, so it's not a problem for him. Okay, 2002. X-ray, comparison. Have a look at the lateral view of the skull, lips, teeth, nose. Completely change the lateral aspect of his face. 2016. 20 years later. So everything is stable, everything is under control. Have a look at the root, have a look at the bone, around the implant, everything is stable, is cleaned very well. Everything is under control. 2019, something was going to change. Why? He is deeply under stress. His wife was ill with cancer, and so he was deeply, deeply stressed. Now he's an old man, very old man. He's in psychological, dramatic situation. So, open bite. I told him, don't worry, you can move on like this, even because there is no probing, nothing at all. There is an occlusal parafunction and the action due to the tongue behind the teeth. Look at his face, close to 90, as I told you before. Huge. 2022, we are here. Look at the tongue. His wife recovered from the cancer. Now he's in good health. And I said to him, everything is under control. Don't worry. No problem at all from the periodontal point of view. There are problems related to the pathological tooth migration due to your parafunction. You can maintain everything under control. It's close to 90. And I said to him, you can take under control everything like this. But I have a pleasure to ask you, do you want to do some orthodontic therapy? Come on, Prof, I'm 90, orthodontic therapy. Yeah, but you are my case. You are my clinical case. I want to do, because I have to show you your clinical case all around the world. And so, please, give me pleasure for me. I cannot present a case like this. He smiled and he said to me, yes. We place an aligner. So, February 2022, July 2022. So we change the position of these teeth. I have to tell you, better than the first orthodontic treatment. It's incredible. Have a look at the lateral view. That is very, very important, from here to here, from here to here. So I know for sure that I cannot, so it is not mandatory to do something like that. But I'm feeling better with this kind of position than in the other one. Okay. Another clinical case. This is a patient with psychological problems, a man of 50 years old, and he came like this. Suppuration, very severe periodontitis, drifting, flaring, open bite, so there is everything. It's a mess. So with this guy with psychological problems, I decided only for non-surgical therapy for a couple of years. 2011. We debated a bit, and then we decided to try to recover everything. Orthodontic therapy, periodontal tissue are in a good health. Some bone reconstruction, sinus lift procedure. By the end of the orthodontic therapy, the patient came to my office and said to me, "Prof, I listened crack. What happened?" Happens that there is the fracture of 1.1. We have to extract this tooth. I made my injection, I took my forces, and then I switched on my brain and I said, "But I'm sorry, do you have pain?" "No." There is no mobility because there are the brackets. There is no probing. Why we don't use this central incisor as a provisional solution by the end of the orthodontic therapy? And I decide to cross out the appointment for the extraction. Okay, have a look, the CBCT. Everything started from this external root resorption. I realized this external root resorption when I prepared 3 years ago my lecture at the European Federation of Periodontology Congress, looking at the CBCT in order to describe the sinus lift procedure. I look at this external root resorption and I realized why a lot of years later, because I didn't see this problem. I thought that there was a fracture due to the root-crown ratio, because the fracture was at the level of the bone. Probably the suppuration, the chronic suppuration, had induced this external root resorption. This is the fracture. So this is at the end of the orthodontic therapy. Have a look at the quality of the soft tissue. Starting from here, we got here and here. This is the case in 2011, at the end of the orthodontic therapy. And this is the case in 2023, in which we change a bit the shape of the central incisor with some composite. Have a look at the stability of the bone crest everywhere. And have a look at the smile line and the lateral position, and have a look at this radiographic image. The vitality test is positive. There is no mobility. Of course, we made a splinting. There is no pain, no swelling, nothing. I prescribed a CBCT because I was curious, and I found out that there was inside probably this fibrotic tissue is like the healing of a fracture. By maintaining the stability of the two pieces, the two pieces are again aligned, and then this tooth is still in place after 12 years, 13 years, 14 years. This is the comparison. We have still, we have enough time in order to show you 2 clinical cases. So this is a young lady with periodontitis stage 4. Here we have problem with endoperio lesion. At the end of the step 2, always have a look the quality of the oral hygiene, some recession, but there was recession even before. Sinus lift procedure on the right side. Sinus lift procedure on the right side, on the left side, I'm sorry. Orthodontic therapy. Some implant placement, where we had to extract these 3 teeth with endoperio lesion. Have a look at the quality of the soft tissue, always thickness, bone thickness, soft tissue thickness, and so on. Have a look at the clinical case in 2012. There are some recession, the lady is happy, she has all her teeth, and so we went on for 10 years. This is the case in 2020. There is an increase of recession, dyschromy due to the exposure of the dentin, smile line. This is not very good. So if you look at the smile line, of course, the patient now, it looks a little bit embarrassed by smiling, and he started to ask me for some restorative treatment. But there is some instability in the frontal area, a bit of diastema here, and a bit of diastema here, because it didn't wear the contention for some time. So we recover again with some aligner, the proper position of the incisor, and then this is the final case with some direct restoration in order to restore the aesthetic of this patient properly. Now the patient is close to 60, she takes care too much to her aesthetic. This is the final view in which we succeed in order to close a bit the hole, the black hole. And now this is the case 2008, 2012, 2020, 2025. And this is the comparison starting from this systematic systematic X-ray. We can jump immediately to this one in 2025. Have a look at the differences between this one and this one. Everything is very stable. And now we go to the last clinical case. Okay. Young lady, 35, 36, periodontitis stage 4. She is desperate. I cannot chewing, I cannot smile. I'm feeling in trouble in society. Every time I have to smile, I use my hand. So I'm feeling very bad. I try to do or to go to so many dentists, but this is the clinical situation today. Have a look, the X-ray. She has lost completely the bone at this level, at this level. 1 year later, we have a lot of problems due to the lack of bone here, with this huge recession at the level of the second premolar, vertical problems related to the supracrestal bone resorption. So it's not only a matter of sinus lift procedure. Of course, we can obtain vertical bone, but we will have teeth very long. You have to consider this aspect. There is the elongation of this tooth, the elongation and drifting of this tooth. The level of the bone is in the third apical part. We have lost completely the interproximal tissue. This is a huge problem from the harmony of the smile of this patient. There is the collapse of 2.5 at the level of 2.4, so the space is very close. So the mesinclination of this molar, and there is a huge periodontal attachment loss at the level of the sextant and even at the level of the sextant. What we have done on this mouth. Now we are summarizing everything we said, we shared this morning. One single mouth, all the procedure in one single mouth. Sinus lift, vertical and horizontal bone reconstruction by the extraction of 1.5 in order to have the distal bone peaks of 1.4 in order to drive the vertical bone reconstruction, because we cannot get coronally to the bone peaks. So it means that we have to sacrifice 1.5, even if it was possible to maintain, in order to solve the aesthetic and the reconstructive problem at the level of the first sextant. As you can see here, there is the sinus lift, and here there is the reinforced non-resorbable membrane fixed by pins for the vertical and horizontal reconstruction. Here, avian flap. Avian flap because I have to remove the probing on the palatal side because she needs orthodontic therapy. If I do conservative surgery, I don't trust. If I use resective surgery, I have to do restorative treatment of all the sextant. If I use the combination, resective on the palatal side and conservative surgery on the buccal side, I can preserve the aesthetic buccally and I can remove the probing palatally. At the level of the third sextant, I don't need vertical bone reconstruction. A sinus lift procedure is enough. Periodontal reconstruction at the level of 3.4, 3.5, 3.7, osteoresective surgery plus gingival augmentation at the level of the sixth sextant. So, orthodontic therapy. Now, from the periodontal point of view, everything is under control. Skeletric anchorage, we take this cuspid in order to replace in a proper position and to correct this pathological migration. Game over. Now we have to open the space between 2.3 and 2.5 in order to place an implant at the level of 2.4. Another mini implant in order to distalize the whole body of this teeth distally, and we open the space. Uprighting of 3.7 in order to place an implant with a proper shape at the level of 3.6. Now we have, from my personal point of view, the more challenging sextant of the mouth, because we have to recover the interproximal tissue between 2.2 and 2.3. The only way that we have is the orthodontic extrusion in total body of 2.2 and 2.3 in order to recover coronally the bone level. And then, of course, you have to cut the crown and then to reshape in some way. Along the extrusion, disaster. External root resorption. I have to start this tooth. Now we are really in the mud because we have to place 2 implants there. So, but we didn't lose our faith in our treatment, so I push more with some connective tissue graft in order to improve the quality of the soft tissue. Have a look at the frenulum along the extrusion, the tension, the soft tissue thickness. How can I improve the aesthetic if I live like that? So, by laminar technique, in order to improve the quality of the soft tissue. Have a look, the result. Implant placement. At the time of the removal of the reinforced non-resorbable membrane, have a look at the quality and the amount of the bone that we have regenerated, a couple of implants, and then after the second stage, the soft tissue transmucosal cone. The X-ray, the parallelism of these 2 implants. On the other side, have a look at the bone crest. Have a look at the bone crest here. From here to here. No any sign of inflammation, bone expansion, plus connective tissue graft in double layer. 1 connective tissue graft coronally and 1 connective tissue graft underneath the buccal flap. So, in order to mimetize an interproximal papilla. This is not a papilla, it's an interimplant soft tissue. We use 2 narrow implants in order to have enough space between the 2 implants, at least 3 millimeters, no less than 3 millimeters. Another implant at the level of 2.6, and this is at the end of the therapy. At this time, the patient was completely destroyed. So it is, I'm trying to joke together with you because at this time your brain is completely flat, I know for sure. And so, please, I don't want to be impolite. But it is like a marriage. At the beginning, wow. After 10 years, we are all human beings, no? More or less. Not always, not never. Like in medicine, never say always or never. But I can say often, or quite often. It's not rare. Oh, okay. And I ask to the patient, so with this kind of result, please give some direct restoration in order to optimize the result. Prof, I don't want to see you for the following years. I want to see only the dental hygienist. Every time she came to my office, do you want to do some direct restoration? Come on. I cannot tell you in Italian language the response, but you can realize. Okay. This is the final systematic X-ray. Have a look how stable is everything at the periodontal and peri-implant level. the comparison of the two full mouth systematic X-ray, the periodontal chart where everything is under control. At the end, I won. At the end, I convinced her to do some indirect restoration, direct restoration. This is the final result. As you can see, it looks very nice without any crown anywhere. So only some reshaping in order to obtain this kind of aesthetic. Starting from here, we arrive here by a multidisciplinary approach, by keeping in place all the teeth of the patient. We have lost 2.3 for a root external resorption. Now she's so happy. Now she's so happy. She thanks me every day she comes to my office. Okay. We are at the end. I'm feeling a bit sad because we are at the end of this long journey, because in these last 5 days I traveled as a crazy man. I spoke a lot, but I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling very good because my perception is that you are a wonderful people. This is a wonderful country. I've never been to India. I was so fascinated to come here. I want to be honest. This morning I called to my wife and I said to her, I receive more than I give you as a personal perception. It has been a wonderful journey. I want to conclude my presentation presenting you my group. I am so proud of my school. I founded the first postgraduate program accredited by the European Federation of Periodontology in Italy in 2017. I have to say thank you to this guy, because he's Dr. Gianno Ricci in Florence. He studied in Boston, in BU in 1970 with Goldman, Jerry Kramer, and he was my mentor. He is the man that changed my professional life. So, of course, I hope, mainly for young people, that with this talk I could inspire them in order to try to overcome the obstacle. But behind that, there is a lot of passion, because passion is life. Without passion, we cannot do anything. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, now I don't know, because Anil is not here, but I think it's time for the lunchtime. And then, I don't know, we have to ask, but maybe in an hour there will be the second part of our presentation. I can decide for myself. So, maybe, now, which time it is? 1:30? 1:30, 2:30? Yeah, 2:30. 1 hour of lunchtime. Okay? Thank you so much.
Guys, thank you so much for I need to be but it's kind of difficult. Thank you so much for watching today. It was I can say it like the best sunrise I've ever witnessed, the best set I've ever witnessed. Everything was, I mean, magical, really. Today, I don't have any word during the whole live set. I was like just completely. All the comments, I saw only.
Father Ocean, hear my song. You're the wave I was made from. Take me back to where we once began. Ocean Father, I was wrong. Years I followed just the sun. Now I see your darkness holds the key. I close my eyes and I begin to see.
Okay, hi, good afternoon everyone, and welcome back for the post-lunch session. As all of us know that, and most of us who are also part of the 30 connecting centers across India, we are celebrating many festivities today, specifically beginning of a new year in terms of Hindu calendar. So all our prayers actually are towards making sure that we start something new. And just to keep up with the tradition, our speakers have graced us with a special attire, and I think we would like to bring them in this particular program with a great round of applause. So can we have music? And let's start.
Back, friends. I hope you all had a good lunch break. And we now start with our very own, the incomparable Dr. Kumar Swami. He needs no introduction. He is an implantologist and periodontist of repute and has been associated with FutureDent since more than 3 decades now. A close friend and a mentor. He has guided us through lots and lots of various activities. He will now take you through a journey of peri-implantitis, and any questions you have or any of these hub locations, if you have any queries, please send in your queries to the number which is mentioned on the screen, 9821084470, and your e-certificates will be emailed to you all on your email IDs provided. And the physical certificates for today's attendance will be handed over to you by the Helion representative in your respective addresses. Over to Kumar now to take this up. After his presentation, we'll take up the question and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anil. Namaskar. Good afternoon. युगादी शुभाशयಗಳು, that's my home state, so Karnataka, Kannada first. तुम्ही सगळ्यांना गुढीपाडव्याच्या शुभेच्छा. चेटीचांद जो लख लख बधाइयाँ. बोंगला, न्यू बरस, नवो बरस, बिहू. Generally, happy tidings. In a few hours, we're also going to wish each other Eid Mubarak. So the day chosen has been so wonderful. The venue, even better. The food, you already have had. Now the task is to stay awake collectively, because I had my Gudi Padwa Yugadi meal at home and I came from there. That's the reason I just about appeared now. But this has been a wonderful journey, started from Hyderabad 4 days ago, on to Kolkata, Delhi, and now Mumbai. And we have seen different flavors of, or could you say, levels of understanding, but the problem remains the same. They too had their problems understanding the protocols of implant placement, the dilemma that they had to choose between cement retained or screw retained prosthesis, the decision making problem, whether to save teeth or go ahead, extract and place implants. If the decision has been made, partly by you, endorsed by the patient, and backed up by the patient's family, then the question is, which one? What is the warranty that we can extend to the patient? Though the patient will not extend the courtesy or reciprocate the courtesy of behaving in his habits. So all of these remain the same. And I'm glad that with Professor Mario, when he took the weight off my shoulders by addressing in the morning basic perio, simplifying it, also explaining why not perio, and let's look at implants. Collectively, how do we look at that mouth? All of that has been done brilliantly. I think I've been so fortunate on this trip, and I must place on records my sincere thanks to Anil Arora, Futuredent, and Halion for allowing me to share the stage with Professor Mario Aimati. Thank you, Professor Mario. I really value myself with you. Thank you. As most of you are aware, can these lights go off, please? They're too disturbing to my eyes, and probably it's toning down the screen colors as well. I don't understand why those two. Because the only time I have those lights is when I'm anchoring shows, so I don't want to start singing on the stage now. Thank you. I normally seek the permission of the audience everywhere to allow me this personal moment of indulgence where I bow down to my parents before I start my presentation. Also, it's a great day because for the first time today, my first book got released. And I want to share that with you. This is a book, a surgical guide, if you will, on dental infections, again co-authored and shared by our dear friend P.D. Joshi and Mukul Padhe. So we have all the three aspects of infections in detail. And you also have, I'm fortunate to be joined by Akshay and Aparna in a few of the contributions. The table of contents is very interesting. You have the endodontic infection management, then you have the periodontal infections, and of course the oral surgical infections. In case you're wondering where do I get a copy, just call up your GSK rep who visits your clinic and he will give you a copy of this. Okay? So thank you very much because it's your love and support over the years which has given me the confidence to at least put it down by way of a book and to help you, if at all you need help related to periodontal infection management. When we speak about periodontal infection or peri-implant effects, we think we are managing them. Probably in your over-enthusiasm, the flavor and the color could change to mismanagement. You also perhaps could not pay attention to the minutest of details that is actually shouting at you. Of course, it starts with a whisper of a bleeding site, and then the inflammation, the infection. All of these, as you all know, will not cause pain or discomfort so as to push the patient through the doors of your clinic onto your chair. How astute are you? Are you aware of the current scenarios, clinical evidence related to diagnostic grades, prognostic grades, treatment options, how much of gadgetry will help you or may not. So a clinician today has to be ahead of the curve for the simple reason that patients have more time to Google than you have. Right? And there's a difference between information on Google and evidence in scientific literature. Please do not allow the two to mix. There certainly is a separation. Google may help you to reach a journal site, but what is you find in Google by way of information may not be the naked truth. So let's look at the soft tissue saga. I forgot to wish the people who are at the remote centers. So this is a special message to all the people who are joining in this session through remote centers. And I believe today we have around 24 remote centers, each of them having about 100, 200 people. So greetings to you as well. Thank you. So when you look at the soft tissue picture around teeth and around implant, they may sometimes pose a similar picture. When we talk about looking at soft tissue around implants, at all stages, the day you place an implant and you choose to either place a cover screw or a healing abutment, as the case may be, from that stage till the time that the patient is using the prosthesis, till the time that he decides to visit you for a checkup, at all times your eyes have to be focused on the peri-implant soft tissue. Crown, obviously, you will look at crown. Radiographs will tell you what is the status of the implant in the bone. But you have to train your eyes to read the behavioral changes of the so-called pink on the way to red and catch them young, as they say. Let's take a step back. I know Professor Mario in the morning has discussed with you certain teeth which were rendered hopeless and made way for implants. But just let us visit two papers. What do they say? The ideal time for implant placement in periodontally compromised teeth. If you look at the Mayfield paper, ITI Consensus Conference 2013, and I intentionally have typed out the letter so you can read along, and the focus here is here, retreatment and periodontal reevaluation. Friends, the term retreatment hitherto was restricted to my friend Mohan's endodontic fraternity, but we in Perio kept shouting about retreatment. Unfortunately, it got labeled as recurrent periodontitis. Okay, why retreatment? After you address the soft tissue attention in the best manner that you can, mechanically, chemically, or both, you need to examine, but the problem is the patient never came back and allowed you a re-examination. So the re-evaluation, reassessment, and related retreatment never occurred. So even now, if you feel you can salvage teeth with periodontal intervention, so be it. Maybe one visit, maybe two visits, maybe three. Before you decide, no, I think we have tried enough, now the only option is implants. So as a periodontist, we owe it to save teeth, and I will continue to do so. Let's look at the next paper. Elimination of residual pockets. So when you're talking about controlling bleeding, that's the reason I hate gum paint, because the gum paint will mask a very important symptom for the clinician. And the patient is very happy, the bleeding stops. But what we don't understand, the cause could be deeper. That's the reason, let's not allow the patients to mask a symptom, analyze it, and see how we can eliminate the pocket and keep it manageable. So a case like this, can Can you just shut these lights, please? I see about almost half a dozen lights here. These lights. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. So if I were to take an opinion in this hall and ask you, what do you think is the status? You'll say, no, I can't say anything. Give me radiographs. So here it is. And then ask the same question. There could be difference in your opinion, but the diagnosis remains, yes, we do see differing levels of bone afflicted by periodontal disease. Not based only on radiographic interpretation, otherwise Milind is going to shoot me from there. Kumar, what are you teaching? It has to be clubbed with intraoral examination, the patient history, probably a systemic factor involved, clubbed with the radiographic, and then you come to a diagnosis. Fine. And then the question would be, how many people think that all of these teeth can be saved? When we say saved, you all may say, we can save it, but I'm not too sure to render function. What good is saving teeth? Not for tooth count. All of them, each one of them has a role and needs a function. That's when we say that we have salvaged completely to the fullest scientific evidence that we have. Otherwise, there's no point in salvaging. There are times when you say, I have actually worked on these teeth. Abhi aage se khana mat, right side se khana mat, yahan se nahi khana, then what's the point in saving? So this is where we need to be very careful as to what we are giving the patient and for how long are we expecting it. So diagnosis remaining more or less unanimous, what may differ is the treatment planning. Some may say, I will go in for a single sitting, full debridement. Some may say, I will take it segment-wise, sextant-wise. Some may say, I'm going to use mechanical, chemical, by way of lavage or application, and then thereafter, probably in the second sitting, after reassessment, use a bone graft. So those treatments may differ. What probably will not or should not change is the end point of outcome. What is your end point? What do you desire? And take the patient along with your end point. From here till there, for how long? After that, reassessment, and probably then we're going to shift gears. So they decided, okay, fine, I'm going to place implants. And I'm going to also keep these teeth just to maintain our verticals and allow the implants to integrate and go ahead and restore. Well, the point is not to show you implants were placed. The point is, decision was made. When you make decisions to place implants in periodontally afflicted mouths, there are a few rules to follow. Rule number 1. If at all you have labeled a tooth as hopeless, what did you consider? What factors did you consider? So I'm just run by you a few guidelines, if you will, to go by. When would you think of extracting teeth? When would you go ahead and place implants? And after doing that, you must know that those implants placed and the soft tissue embracing it are susceptible, because in this patient, there was periodontal disease before implants were placed. Right? Point number 1. Point number 2. Teeth with questionable prognosis. I threw up this term now because this is where your prognosis, your ability and your skills to salvage teeth may differ. So if you would say that I can save it, I will say favorable, questionable, no, sorry, hopeless. So these are the grades where you will start boxing them, and depending upon your confidence and skill, you'll go ahead and embark upon the treatment. So questionable prognosis. Then we go ahead and see implants placed in partially edentulous patients. In fact, this is an old study. The recent study in the morning is what Professor Mario showed you, that they showed various levels of success and survival, because chronic periodontitis, and in that mouth, if the enthusiastic dentist decided to have a TISP, so you are now adding fuel to fire for sure. So even even in literature, TISP is not taboo, tooth implant supported prosthesis. But there are indications, there are assessments to be done before you decide to do a TISP. So partially edentulous mouths are a greater challenge. You either have all teeth or all implants, but the moment you have teeth and implants, it's a different ball game. Okay, let's go ahead. What does the next dictum say? Whenever you have advanced periodontal condition like this, and today we have the stage, the new definition classification of periodontal, as you saw in the morning, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, based on severity, complexities. A case like this, you decided, I'm going to extract all because I cannot salvage it. Patient agreed. What the patient may not agree for is a phase of interim, provisional, removable prosthesis. That is the power of money. Because they are paying you a lot, they want it now. And we succumb to the patient pressures and give him some sort of a, I'll give you temporary fixed, but promise me you won't eat. अरे यार घर में उसका पार्टनर को प्रॉमिस तोड़ी है वो तो तुम कौन हो? So I would be very wary. So I would educate the patient, motivate the patient to see if I can ask, first of all, what is the guideline? When I extract these teeth, on that day, I have to debride aggressively. And the reason is, of course, removal of granulation tissue. Also to release the BMP, bone morphogenic proteins, to allow healthy socket healing and good bone before I decide to place the implant. Because I now have the arena. I can play my game and place my implants wherever I decide, adequately and functionally. So this is where we need to bide our time and not be in a hurry to give him provisional on extracted teeth, immediate extraction implant placement in periodontally afflicted mouths. No, no, no. You have to wait, because that is where your periodontal pathogens and the mischief mongering of the toxins have not abandoned that bone site. It takes time for that to happen. Yes, we know there is no periodontal pathogen in edentulous sites and edentulous mouths, but in a mixed mouth, you certainly have bacteria floating around. So yes, this was my first implant case, 97. We could convince her to wait and wear removable dentures. We left behind some molars because they were reasonably okay, which allowed us to, in those years, we didn't have flexible material, so we need to use the clasp. However, the patient complied, agreed for implant placement, and over the last few years, we probably have lost about a couple of implants, but we have redone them, and she's still very, very contented and keeps coming. What is the other fact that we know? Bone is much more stable around implants than around teeth, given the same risk factor. However, if teeth have been lost to periodontal disease, and after the mandatory waiting period, you have gone ahead and placed implants, then that peri-implant mucosal tissue is susceptible, so you need to closely monitor them if you want the bone levels to be kept patent along the threads at the crest. This tells us that you need a screenshot of this slide, because now you have to decide, is the prognosis favorable, questionable, unfavorable, hopeless? For what? For individual teeth on one hand and collectively for both the jaws on the other. They may differ. So just don't go by the prognosis of a tooth. You also have to decide the prognosis of the jaw in function. And we know the nature of the periodontal pathogens. There are many. You can keep naming them, keep finding them, the red cluster, all of them together have only ek hi laksha: destroy, break the periodontal ligament, do our song and dance on the diseased cemental substrate. And collectively, they can have various symptoms: bleeding, swelling, inflammation, suppuration. What should be our goal as a fraternity, as a clinician, is to break the activity of these bacteria. Dysbiosis is one we know of the biofilm. By mechanical means, by chemical means, by any means, break the cycle of the biofilm. So here is a battle, and the battle is between the bacteria and the defense mechanism here, and the understanding of the clinician and the limitation of the patient. That's another battle. And his whole war, there are many battles to be fought at different levels and from time to time. Why? This is the area. The soft lining will get infected and inflamed. Around teeth, you have the danger of the gingival sulcus getting deepened as a pocket, and the pocket getting deepened further, leading to probably a tooth mobility. That's where I'm saying that this is our Kurukshetra. That's where battles are won and lost. A lot of bacteria, we need to direct and orient our treatment, whether medication, systemic, local, mechanical cleansing, all of it has to begin here. And try not to begin when the destruction has already happened. I'm not saying don't do it, but your challenges will be greater. I know that it's not you. The patient is allowed deepening of the sulcus to a pocket and deepening the pocket. But if you get an opportunity to enlighten and educate the patient, to motivate, please do not lose that opportunity. Because when it comes to the similarity and dissimilarity in this zone, and because our topic is decoding peri-implantitis, I'm laying down the ground rules for us to play that game of peri-implantitis. So when you look here, we have these fibers which are running parallel. These are attached. So there is no attachment. This is attachment, this is adherence. Attachment and adherence. So it's always easy. If you thought it was easy to break an attachment, it is easier to penetrate an adherence. Which means now your focus should be at the IAJ, implant abutment junction. And if the implant abutment junction is submerged in soft tissue, then you need to look at what is the nature, what is the biotype of that soft tissue, thick, thin, and how much of the adherence is there. Here we call it long junction epithelium, but there isn't any of that kind around implants. So once you understand the challenges of this area, easier to interpret and manage peri-implantitis. A strict no is to probe around implants. Let me go back to that slide. And the reason here is, if you go ahead and probe, you could disturb the adherence and make it easy for the percolation of byproducts of the biofilm. That's the reason, desist from probing around implants. If at all you are forced to, use a plastic probe. An air blast is always going to be more helpful than a probe. It will separate, allow inspection of that site. Just to glance at periodontal pathogens, you know about it, you read it. Similar in peri-implantitis. Of course, there are many more opportunistic pathogens as well. But what is the difference? What is the difference in the effect, in the manifestation? The difference lies predominance of anaerobic gram-negative in periopockets, rare occurrence of suppurative lesion in peri-implantitis. Between the surgical phase and the second surgery phase, exposure phase, you may have instances of suppuration, but once they are loaded, very rarely would you encounter suppuration of the implant in the peri-implant area. Yes, you may have inflammation. A radiograph will show bone denudation, but not suppuration. Also, the third big difference is, I'm sure you experienced postmenopausal women walking into your clinic with a complaint of burning mouth syndrome, a lot of erosive lesions. They can barely drink normal temperature water. And we know it's related to the hormones. Also, we know there's a connection between vaginal dryness and this lesion. And I would urge you to send that patient to the gynecologist with this request, and you would notice a difference in the oral lesions of erosion. It will come down, along with, of course, antioxidants treatment. But around implants, we haven't seen, and there isn't evidence of these erosive lesions. Am I suggesting in that case when the patient comes, extract teeth, place implants, and get rid of the burning mouth syndrome? No. But we need to balance out and see why is it happening? Can we control it before we think of placing implants in the adjacent area? I've simplified the protocol, in fact, at the risk of oversimplifying it, so just see how to go about treating peri-implantitis. Examine, arrive at a diagnosis, understand the cause and effect relationship. Invariably, a busy clinician is busy because he's treating recurrence and he's treating the effect. He doesn't have the time to go and find out the cause. But an experienced clinician should be one who understands what could be the cause in this case. So understand the cause, motivate the patient, educate the patient, try to fix the cause. It's not always easy to fix the cause. That's why I said try. Manage the effect. Most of the time, we'll end up in a palliative state, managing the effect. Maintain the status of health. And of course, monitor and review. So if you look at these touch points, it'll become easy for you to know at what stage the patient is approaching you. What is the peri-implant health? Absence of clinical signs of inflammation, absence of bleeding on probing, and or suppuration. Simply put. Again, this is a good screenshot to have. Coming out of the EFP, European Federation of Periodontology, primordial prevention, primary prevention prior to the disease onset. Once, and most of the times, the patient who visit us come with a condition, so we are looking more into the red zone, secondary prevention, tertiary prevention. To examine as to what is the status, what is the breakdown that has happened in the peri-implant area, and if it has happened, how are we going to now set our own protocol and stepwise approach. So the terms to know: implant success. Once implant is in bone, you take a radiograph and start sharing with your friends on social media. Wow, implant in place. But what's more important is implant survival. We've known that over the years, experts have told us. What would you call this? Success or survival? Debatable. Why? Patient is happy. But you saw this when you ordered an OPG or a CBCT as all is not well. Bone is reducing around the threads of the implants. Probably it is stable because you have a splinted prosthesis and this implant probably is holding it. What do you think when you tell the patient that I need to intervene? Doesn't taklif nahi hai, right? His cellulitis, taklif nahi hai. No pain. How are we going to convince this patient that sooner than later you probably are going to lose these two implants? So that is where I would dismantle the prosthesis, show the patient the radiograph for sure. After that, show clinically as to how much of bone has gone by way. Here, you certainly can probe with a plastic probe to drive home the point with the patient as to how much is the destruction. That's where survival versus success debate can be unending. Also, there are some implants, which I'll show in the next couple of slides, positionally non-restorable, but completely integrated. Soft tissue, reasonably okay, but position, you cannot restore it. So what do you call it? Success or survival? Neither. It's surviving there in the bone, but of what use? So functionally, it's not of any use. Again, terms to know. Our dear friend Ajit Shetty will say that if a patient comes to you where the implant has been placed by someone else and things are going wrong, it is failing. If you have placed an implant and things are going wrong, you will say it's ailing. But the fact remains that there are some points or pointers to go by to label them as ailing or failing. Then, of course, there is no debate in failed implants. Like I said, positionally non-restorable or mobile. And one thing today we know and we tell everybody, especially people who are beginning to place implants, if you find an implant mobile, you have no hope in hell that that's going to be stable. No amount of Hanuman Chalisa and visits to Gurdwaras and churches is going to help you to stabilize that implant. Okay, tell yourself and tell the patient, yes, the implant has failed. We'll allow it to heal. We'll ensure that area will be ready for another implant placement soon. Implant success criteria coming out of the conference. This again will tell you as to if you have satisfactory survival, what could be the clinical conditions, depending on which you'll start your treatment. Peri-implant mucositis akin to gingivitis around teeth. Peri-implantitis akin to periodontitis around teeth. Look at this picture here. You know, the funniest part about implants is when you want it to fail, it won't. Okay, that is the challenge we have. That implant is firm. Thankfully, when the patient reflects the lip, he gets to see this. But we know that that's not a good sign. Whether we have done it or someone else has done it, that's not the point. The point is this particular implant needs to be reviewed and, if possible, removed. Go through some provisional phase of prosthesis for the patient, and then go ahead and revisit it. The another point that you need to look at is thin gingival biotype. Depending upon your position, especially canine and lateral and central, and if the lip line is unfavorable, apart from the gray hue, peri-implantitis of an implant placed very deep in the vertical dimension can be an issue to maintain. So when you're placing an implant in the anterior segment in the 3D position, mesiodistal, apicocoronal, and buccopalatal, all these three positions have to align to make sure that the maintenance is easy for the patient. At the end of the day, patient maintenance will be a good parameter towards control of peri-implantitis. So if you look at the peri-implantitis consensus report again, what are the risk factors? Poor oral hygiene, that has always been there. History of periodontitis, which means that in this mouth, patient had varying degrees of periodontitis which was treated, and a time arrived when it couldn't be treated further, that made way for the implants. Means this patient, this mouth is susceptible. Similarly, diabetes, smoking, alcohol. Smoking protocol. Smoking cessation protocol demands 3 weeks before placing an implant till 3 weeks after you place the implant, the patient should stop smoking. You had patients, I'm sure, डॉक्टर साहब इम्प्लांट लगा दो एक बार, उसके बाद I promise you smoking छोड़ दूंगा. And after that, he visits you and you can make out. We have enough common sense and knowledge to make out who is a smoker, who is not, who is cheating. But having said that, all we need to do is educate the patient. The importance of blood supply in that wound healing around implants is so important that I cannot guarantee you that the implant will take if you continue to smoke. However, if you continue to do that and not tell me so, at least he's aware he's cheating. There's nothing more you can do about it. That's the reality of it. Alcohol in our country, I think, again, similar to the smoking thing. डॉक्टर साहब कितना दिन नहीं पीना है भाई कम से कम सर्जरी का दिन तो मत पियो That's all we can, because if he's a habitual 2-peg drinker or 3-peg drinker, he is going to. But at least we can request him, again explain to him why. See, what happens is we just say, right, like we used to when we were kids, ये नहीं करना है. And the bold kid in us used to ask, but क्यों नहीं करना है? आजकल all kids say that, that's different. But for us, it was important to know why. Similarly, why should he stop smoking or drinking? Let's explain to him. So let's now look at the long-term maintenance of implants. Let's look at and try to heed the alarm signals. Repeated loosening of the prosthesis or the screws. Repeated failure of the veneering material, which means now the bite, the occlusion has come into play. Constantly the veneering material is fracturing or wearing off. And if it's happening sooner than you anticipate, see, after 3-5 years we expect. But if it's happening 3-5 months after loading, that means the bite is the culprit. Check the bite, and we all know occlusion is dynamic. You could have left it behind well balanced, and you could have changed all the canine guidance to a group function and say, okay, fine, but it will change, right, Milind? You taught us that occlusion will change with time depending upon various factors. We'll save that for a different day. But you need to revisit occlusion. Fracture of prosthetic or abutment screws. You probably have found a light at the end of the tunnel to retrieve a broken instrument from a root canal, but can't be said the same about abutment screws. You know, Milind, who probably visits around 100 clinics placing implants and restoring them, will be the best person. And he always been a person, go-to person for me when it comes to scientific evidence. You know, broken screws, you can keep trying. And all this company, screw, what is it? Retrieval kit, does nothing. If you're lucky, it will come out. Bone resorption, apical to the first thread, which means that if you're going to see difference in bone levels, when? Not on one visit. On 2 subsequent visits, 6 months apart. That tells you that there has been a constant loss of the bone. So let's look at a few interventions. When you dismantle, never hesitate to dismantle a prosthesis. You have an opportunity to service this implant superstructure. Very few dentists, consider yourself blessed. Not many dentists get an opportunity where the patient visits for servicing a prosthesis. He may come in with a complaint of some other tooth. That gives you a chance. Send him for an OPG, visually examine, check if the prosthesis is mobile or loose, and if at that time you find, yeah, Milind. Previous one, yeah. Yes, within the body. Correct. Yeah, rare. Yes. Yeah, correct. So Milind's question was, just for the benefit of the relay centers, I need to repeat the question. He says that screws are okay, fracture of abutments are okay, but fracture of an implant, jana gana mana. There's nothing you can do after that, because a broken implant you have to retrieve, both the pieces of course, and I've seen a few dentists allowing to sleep. I mean, easier said than done, but then best is to go ahead and retrieve the broken implants and go ahead and place an implant there, yeah. So if you look at this case, once you dismantle, you will see the soft tissue which is in different stages of inflammation. Some may need resection. If it's fibrous, it will not reverse with a non-surgical approach. Why do you think this happened? A healing abutment came in the way of the bite. That's where you need to check the height of the healing abutment. Do not discharge the patient, not only in this direction, also in lateral excursions, to see which part of the, if it comes loose, good. But if it bends, you have an issue. You cannot retrieve it easily. So be very careful when you're placing healing abutments, whether it's single stage or at the uncovering stage, just check for the clearance. You could have a radiograph is showing you different levels of bone, soft tissue, infection. The rare side of, you can see the suppuration here. So every single time, check for the abutment torque. You could have opted for a single screw approach or a double screw where you have a prosthetic screw which is shorter and an abutment screw, depending upon your choice and design. But my focus today will be on the soft tissue around the implants, because this is happening beneath the prosthesis. Unless and until you dismantle the prosthesis, you won't be in a position to check. One more thing Milind always said, please ensure you have the proper tools. You cannot interchange and do a jugaad thinking that, okay, I'm going to use a screwdriver of this kit to that. But you're going to damage the head of the screw. So please ensure you have the right wherewithal and the tools to go ahead and dismantle and tighten the abutment. When you have adjacent natural teeth, this is the area we need to concentrate on by radiograph and clinically. Of late, what I have experienced is the tooth next to the implant prosthesis, here of course there's a crown, but in case there's a natural tooth, it develops proximal caries. Because the food lodgement, because implant doesn't move, the tooth may give way in the path of least resistance that the patient has now changed his bite for convenience, and you have food lodgement and decay, destruction of that tooth, and very soon, I'm not saying that all restorations lead to root canals and all root canals need to extraction. But if you are pragmatic, you will know that with time, the adjacent tooth also will be a candidate for implants. So let's try to prevent that scenario. Examine closely. Keep the patient on a healing abutment for the interim. Yes, he will be irritated. So be it. Because if you're going to clean and on the same day put, the tissue needs breathing time. If the tissue does not breathe, bacteria will breed. That is where we need to be very, very careful. After you have debrided, after you have used a chemical lavage, give some time for the tissues to bounce back. And for that you need time. Or you could have a fracture abutment screw again, and if you're lucky, it will come out. How will it come out? Try your ultrasonic insert to place on that broken screw part. The default movement of any screw is loosening. So by default, if it moves up and it comes out, hallelujah. Otherwise, again go back to Hanuman Chalisa. There's no guarantee. You know, Professor Mario must have explained to you in the morning the importance of an explorer, a probe, and an insert, an ultrasonic insert, which will probably be of the same dimension. If they're the same dimension, then wherever your probe went, your explorer should go, and wherever the explorer went, your ultrasonic insert should go. So all these three should be of the similar dimension. When you are cleaning up this area, and if the adjacent tissues look good, wait for these tissues also to resemble before you go ahead and place the prosthesis. Fracture abutment screw, different cases. Like I said, if it comes out, good luck. However, if you've got 4 or 6 implants and the screw is broken in one, and you will say, fine, I'm going to relieve that, you probably, Milind is a better person to tell you, probably have to redesign the same prosthesis may have different loads now in the absence of one implant. So probably you have to look at that, and otherwise we have seen peri-implantitis in one of the implants, not attended. It happens in the next and the next, because the load is now transmitting to the other implants, and the tissues around those implants are taking a hit. Abscess. Check what is loose. Is it the healing abutment or is the implant itself? Do not hesitate to open OFD, open flap debridement. You may try it first in a conservative approach, a non-surgical therapy, but at times, if it is not assisting, you will have to open it up and clean it up. Use of chlorhexidine gel, any of the medication, metronidazole gel has helped. But of course, the patient will have to be on a provisional here, or just on a healing abutment. Just on a healing abutment. When I say provisional, I'm talking about a flipper, if he insists that he needs a tooth. Because the implant is integrated. The implant here is integrated. It's the prosthesis, the IAJ, which was loose. That's what has caused the peri-implantitis. A lost clip, an overdenture. Simple steps. Remember to block the area beneath the bar. Otherwise, the patient goes with a permanent. It's happened in my initial days, because the acrylic has found its way beneath the bar, and the patient keeps coming bar, lagatar, but there's no way you can remove that overdenture. So visual examination of the healthy parameters. Every time you get a chance to remove healing abutment, take a pat on your back if you develop tissues like this, because this is a periodontist delight when we watch tissues so healthy. However, they may bleed. And I still remember the first time, I don't know, Milind, if you remember, the first time I called him, Milind, bleeding ho raha hai, implant gaya? He says, no, because of the adherence. Every time you unscrew and screw, there's going to be some bleeding. So bleeding is not a criteria for implant failure. Okay, so impression. Now, of course, most of you all are getting onto the scanners. So you're going to have a scan body there. The inspection remains the same. The parameters remain the same. We know the benefits of chlorhexidine as a mouth rinse, even as an irrigator. I'm sure you know why there isn't a chlorhexidine toothpaste yet. If chlorhexidine is so good to break the biofilm and anti-plaque activity, then why? Because the chlorhexidine gluconate molecule, when comes into combines with the salt in the dentifrice, the molecule becomes unavailable for anti-plaque activities. That's the reason why you need to keep a 30-minute gap between teeth brushing and usage of chlorhexidine mouth rinse. Also, don't get carried away with different flavors of a chlorhexidine. Only mint is the one which is stable. All other flavors will destabilize the chlorhexidine molecule. So it's a feel-good factor. It doesn't do anything towards biofilm activities. If you can get Elizol, we used to, I don't think it's available anymore, the Elizol gel, which helps after you debrided the peri-implant area to apply in that pericircular area it helps it to reverse and the tissue bounces back. Instead of probing, use an air blast to deflect the soft tissue for inspection, to blow out any remnants, and also to inspect the inner lining of the peri-implant mucosa. When should the monitoring be done? 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Both radiographs, baseline radiograph. How will you, like patient asks me, why do I have to come back, doc? They are scared because they think they have to pay. We tell them, look, for 1 year, you don't have to pay. When you come back, that's a report card of mine. I need to see my own report. How well am I doing? And how well are you doing? So please help me in my assessment. Then they agree to come. So when they come, radiograph, check for any loose components of the prosthesis, abutment, crown, anywhere. Soft tissue. If you're unsure, dismantle the prosthesis to check the soft tissue. How often do we see the lingual side? We rarely examine the lingual tissue, peri-implant tissue. Please take time, and if you have a tooth adjacent to the implant restoration, more so to look at what's happening on the lingual side. Invariably, when patient says, I get bleeding, you check the buccal, nahi, kahin nahi aa raha hai. It could be from the lingual side. Check at every stage, healing abutment, impression making, abutment placement, final abutment placement, and the prosthesis. Hard tissue evaluation, we spoke about the radiographs. Your soft tissue will be healthy, but the hard tissue is showing signs of breakdown. The hard tissue could be fine, but the soft tissue, so they could be independent. Unlike tooth. In the tooth, you will have related changes. In implants, your hard tissue picture, your CBCT will be fine, but the soft tissue may be inflamed. So slight crestal bone loss, yes, we could anticipate. Also, they shouldn't be increasing on 2 successive visits. That's the landmark. On 1 visit, if it is the same, how will you know? Only if you have a baseline radiograph. That's the importance of a baseline radiograph. And in the anterior, if the implants are placed too deep, vertical bone loss can occur. Bone loss may not occur, but the soft tissue maintenance of what we now know as the lengthened peri-implant mucosa depth is a challenge. Let's do a differential diagnosis of the mobility. Patient calls, and your front office comes running in. Doctor Sahab, Mrs. Agarwal ka implant fail ho gaya. Why? Because the patient is, and patients have got this unique thrill to convey failure to you. Doctor Sahab, aapne bola tha na, dekho, nikal gaya. And you look fuming. The first thing that we have told our front desk is, ask the patient to come immediately. If they're not in the country, if they're calling from abroad, go to the nearest dentist. Because a loose component could be the first step towards breaking of the screw. So it's important. So we tell the patient, अब सब ठीक है, अब जा रहे हो घर, कुछ भी लूज हुआ, आपके दिमाग के सिवा, please report. Please report, because I need to step in and to see what is loose. So to do a differential diagnosis, mobility may occur in the implant body or the abutment prosthesis connection. If mobility is in the abutment prosthesis connection, easy repair with screw tightening, re-cementation or occlusal adjustment. If the body of the implant is mobile, more serious problems may exist, including damage and destruction of the bone housing. Or, in a very rare case, what Milind just pointed out, an implant fracture. Abutment is fine. And that is the reason why most of us, I don't know about you all, but at least my close friends and me have opted the screw-mentable option, where you have an access through the prosthesis to approach and access your screw. So even if it is loose, you don't have to go ahead and damage the crown, because sometimes cementable prosthesis, because the patient come back twice, crown nikal gaya, you used a hard cement. And now that you use a hard cement and the abutment screw is loose, you cannot remove the crown. So what's the next option you have? You make a hole, and through that hole, you reach the abutment screw, and then tighten it through that hole and plug it with composite. अगर ये बाद में ही करना है, तो पहले से ही कर लो. Go in for a design of screw-mountable options. Okay? Let's look at occlusion. I'm not going to have a discourse on occlusion here. Only thing is, understand what is the nature, what occlusion have you left the patient on final definitive placement. On review, are you checking whether the patient is being kind to the opposing tooth in his own mouth or to the adjacent tooth? Is it an all full mouth implant mouth reconstruction, or are there natural teeth? If there are natural teeth, the occlusion on natural teeth and the occlusion on implant prosthesis have to be different, analyzed, and executed. Excessive occlusal force can cause a non-infection. See, what happens is, we're not talking about infectious bone loss. Trauma-induced bone level differences, if we may use that line, because there's no infection. But because the bone cannot take this load, you're having different levels now. Okay, check the occlusion periodically. So basic baseline radiographs are important, CBCT images. Make sure that you have this on your record. And the reason I say this, I've been saying this from Hyderabad, Kolkata, Delhi, and now in Mumbai. For about 9 years, along with Dr. Kokate, I was sitting in the grievance cell of the Maharashtra State Dental Council, where a lot of cases came to us, litigation cases. One thing was common. The patient's pain and discomfort was in the pocket here, not in the mouth. He somehow thought he was overcharged. One thing was sure from our side, that we were here to protect our colleagues. So pehla question we used to ask, Bhaiya, documentation, Kumar nahi liya rakha. So may I tell you now, please document. Please document. It's so easy nowadays. You have your iPhones. Take a pic, document it. Write down notes, take a pic, document it. All of you all have softwares now, easily available practice management softwares. Because if you have documented the baseline, then we can argue. Aapke paas baseline hi nahi hai, and whatever the patient says has to be believed. So that's the reason, please try to document your cases. Implant maintenance, this is the easier part to understand. We all know that we need special tipped scalers, polypropylene scalers, or titanium tipped scalers. Try not to use stainless steel. If at all you're using stainless steel, they have to be brand new, because then they won't scratch the implant surface. Ultrasonic and sonic scalers should be used with caution, because you may induce some amount of mobility at the IAJ. Of late, the EMS has become very popular of the ProfiJet. So even in there, be careful. It's very helpful. At the end of the day, what do you need to do in the peri-implant sulcus area? The pH, which is tending towards acidic, you have to alter it towards neutral or alkaline. That's the play. That's your game. And how you do it, we'll just see. Whether you want to use soda bicarb ProfiJet or you want to use some solution. Probing also, be very, very cautious. Mobility or lack of mobility should be checked at every visit. Occlusion, we spoke about it. Look at fortunately, the prosthesis, ceramic, the biofilm action on ceramic is far, far less and non-existent as compared to our natural teeth. However, if there's an implant prosthesis and adjacent to it is a natural tooth, then comes your issue about the biofilm damage. Hugh Freddie does have these tips. They have a full set. different ways of breaking the biofilm, keeping it clean. Water flosser, excellent tool. Ask all your implant patients to use a water flosser. And I don't bandy about any brand, but Oracura is a good brand. I think economically priced as well, easily available. So you can go for whatever options you have in that water flosser. All that you're going to use, chair side, make it easy for the patient to use at home. That's where you can't ask them to use it. They'll use a floss and they'll say, crown nikal gaya. Because they have not been used to using it in the right way. So forget floss. Either interdental proxa brush or a water flosser. Chemicals. Yes, you may use some local antibiotic, antiseptic solution. And if you feel the patient needs an open flap debridement, you have to club it with a systemic antibiotic. My choice of molecule is a combination of amoxicillin and clavulanic acid, 625 mg, 4 days. If the site is clean, patient is healthy, there is no need for antibiotics for any of your procedures, primary implant placement or even secondary maintenance surgery. However, if the patient has got diabetes or any underlying systemic condition, then you can put them onto an antibiotic. Analgesic anti-inflammatory, my first question to the patient is, what do you take normally when you have pain? So they'll come up with some brand names. Go ahead, take that. Seldom would you need, on the second day, a TID dosage of a painkiller. I'm sure you'll agree with that. That means there's something wrong. You have over-talked it, and the bone crunching has happened. That's where the pain, the first step of necrosis has started. Otherwise, very rarely would they need to take third on the day of surgery, 2. Next day, if at all, they need 1. That's it. Local drug delivery. You can use a doxycycline gel or arrestin granules if it's available here, or if you can procure it from the US. Laser. If you are using a diode laser, please do not go very close to bone. You will cause bone burn. If at all you want to dabble with laser, then buy an Nd:YAG laser, where at least you can be rest assured that you will not cause much of bone damage. But the diode laser, for decontamination, we have limited evidence to suggest that mechanical debridement is in any way inferior to the usage of laser. When we come to a special dentifrice, what does a special dentifrice do? It could be for sensitivity, bleeding gums, fresh breath, controlling the biofilm, or countering the mucosa or gingiva, depending upon where your soft tissue lies. This is for home use of the patient to massage the soft tissue with the dentifrice after he has brushed. Because we need to ensure the benefits of the ingredients of this toothpaste when it comes to ensuring that it does alter the pH in the pericircular area. So some evidence on the screen to suggest the benefits of a soda bicarb toothpaste. Taste, yes, it's harsh. You need to tell the patient, and this is where I use that line. I'm sure you heard this line. जो ज़बान के लिए अच्छा है, वो दवा नहीं. जो कड़वा है, वही शरीर के लिए अच्छा है. Okay, so probably you're trying to put across the difficulty of using that dentifrice because of the taste. So evidence again shows that you have good bleeding control. You know who is your enemy number 1? The chemist. Because a patient with bleeding gums, with pain, first opens up the grandma's cupboard at home. When that has not worked, he takes a walk to the chemist, and the chemist gives what he thinks is best, in his opinion, whether for fresh breath or bleeding gums or swelling. And when that too doesn't work, that means now 15 days have elapsed from the time of the onset of the condition to the time that you see him. And if you too are busy and you're going to prescribe the same medicine which already the chemist has given, that's where your credibility goes down. So the first ask the question, what have you been taking? Who told you to take this? And then if you have to change, implement the change. The soda bicarb story goes a long way back. Millennials will recall Paul Kai's formula. What did he do? He suggested a slurry of soda bicarb, baking soda, common salt with hydrogen peroxide. And he used to visit a old age home. And he used to load the tray, give it to those patients to wear. And he skipped the next visit. So on his third visit, when he went, there was a long queue because they found bleeding had stopped, but the teeth had become whiter. So that was the story of how your teeth whitening systems came into force. So the baking soda or soda bicarb does have benefits for sure. So the home care regimen, use of a soda bicarb dentifrice, chlorhexidine mouth rinse, water flosser, topical massage, and of course, mandatory regular visit to the dentist. Revisiting those definitions of ailing, failing. Okay, fine, we know that our implant is ailing or failing. What do we do? So I tried to simplify a grid to make it easy as to, in case it falls, what is the treatment that I recommend? This has been taken from a CIST protocol, which we'll see. So management of ailing implants, circular debridement, scaling, radiographs, smoothen the threads if you have to, use bone substitute in an OFD. Regular maintenance like normal teeth, brushing and flossing, water flosser of course. Motorized brush, the opinion is differed on this. You have to be careful because you may sometimes loosen the prosthesis. This is the cumulative interceptive supportive therapy for implant. You can take a screenshot of this and try to see where your case falls and follow that protocol. So take-home message one would be periodontitis still plays a major role in the outcome of your implant patient. A thorough explanation about periodontal disease, risk factors, and in the morning Professor Mario told you the first stage is to eliminate risk factors. And that is a challenge when it comes to a systemic condition. However, we need to be aware. Now the problem lies when you seek an opinion from the physician, and if anything to do with implants, that physician feels you're going to do a heart transplant. No, nahi karao. So we need to somehow educate the medical fraternity as well. They won't understand and they won't listen. So this is where we need to be careful. If at all he's saying, stop the anticoagulant 4 days, I would say stop it. Though we know the AHA, the American Heart Association today says, no need to stop for a dental intervention. But physicians are still not aware, they'll say stop it. I said, okay, stop it. Loading time does not really matter, but what matters is what you do after the loading. Dental implants, definitely not complication-free. Surgical complications to be minimized with good knowledge and scientific evidence, and prosthetic complications to be tackled because they certainly can give sleepless nights.
Here I am, this is me. There's nowhere else on earth I'd rather be. Here I am, it's just me and you. Tonight we make our dreams come true. It's a new world, it's a new start. It's alive with the beating of young hearts. It's a new day, it's a new plan. I've been waiting for you. Here I am.
That's my patient, the first patient, 1997, still my patient. Still the implants are there, like I said, barring a couple of them which we restored. But otherwise, it's been a nice journey so far, including today. Thank you so much. I've thoroughly enjoyed being here with you. Needless to say that I'm always available for any particular help, intervention. But the first thing that I tell them is, before you send me a picture, sir, abhi kya karna hai? I'll always ask, kuch nahi karna hai. You tell me what you want to do, and I may then step in with some advice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Professor Mario, if you can join us, we'll take the questions now. We have a few questions coming from the relay centers, as much as from this hall. The question we have for you, Professor, is food lodgement. Food lodgement after periodontal flap surgery has been done. Post-surgery, there are some open spaces interdentally in the earlier papilla area, which is now lost. So when food gets lost, how do we minimize the food lodgement? Clinically, I tend to differentiate. Food impaction happens vertically, food lodgement happens laterally.
Yeah, there's a huge difference.
Yes.
Because you have to avoid any vertical impact, food impact. Of course, sometimes it is not possible to fill completely the space between two neighboring teeth or an implant and tooth. So, because you have to consider that you have to give to the patient the possibility to clean properly in the interproximal space if we're talking about neighboring teeth. If you're talking about implant and tooth, it's the same. Moreover, it's much more difficult. So, of course, it could be a problem in some patients, but you have to try to evaluate exactly at the time of the surgery how to minimize.
Correct.
And you have two possible options. So if you have neighboring teeth, the level of the interproximal tissue is related to the clinical attachment level. So the papilla is not supported by peri-implant tissue, it's supported by teeth. If you have two neighboring implants, or if you have some condition in which the clinical attachment level is in a third apical part of the neighboring tooth, you can increase the soft tissue thickness by connective tissue graft in order to reduce the empty space, so in order to improve the volume of the soft tissue.
Just to understand, you're suggesting at the time of primary flap or
the secondary?
Second. So there'll be a second intervention.
In the second intervention, it is better.
You advise that after how many months after?
Oh, if you don't perform any GBR procedure, after 1 month and a half, 2 months, you can get through.
Okay.
The real value to do the connective tissue graft along the second stage is that you can perform a split thickness flap. And so you can support your connective tissue above a periosteum layer or a pseudo-periosteum layer.
Yes.
If you perform this along the first surgery, you will have the connective tissue in close contact with the bone surface, and so you will lose something more. So yeah, I do prefer to manage this problem along the surgical procedure and not by changing too much the overlapping of the crown, because then it is very, very difficult for the patient to clean. And for the dental hygienist, the dentist to probe and to clean.
So here is the catch. We said that in OFD, we probably will, when we are suturing, we're going to suture in a manner apically positioned. Okay.
In an OFD, really, you position your flap at the level of the initial, the same level. So in osteosective surgery, you apicalize the flap.
Okay. So in osteosective surgery, we have gone ahead and sutured apically.
Yeah.
In those cases,
you have problems, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
But I show to the audience that along the following 1 year, you have a rebound between 3-4 millimeter in a coronally direction of the soft tissue. But of course, by resective surgery, you will have empty spaces. This is for definition.
Okay. Then we have a question here. I'm trying to get to, yes. Here's a storyboard. A 58-year-old female with severe periodontitis had full mouth extractions. During extraction, sockets were curated, debrided, and grafting was done with Nova bone putty. 4 upper implants, all on 4s, and 5 lower implants were placed after 8 months of grafting.
Okay.
Now, should I go for a hybrid denture or a screw-retained metal ceramic bridge? And if it's a hybrid denture, should the bar be of titanium or chrome cobalt? Dr. Shubham Manchanda, Ludhiana, from a remote center.
Yeah. The decision between fixed and hybrid denture is based above too many different aspects. The first one is related to the occlusal vertical dimension. So if the patient needs to do a very long teeth in order to succeed in recreate a new vertical occlusal dimension properly, of course it is better to move on for an hybrid solution or to decide for a mix between white and pink ceramic. But of course you have even to evaluate the accessibility to clean all around the implant.
Yes.
Of course for an hybrid prosthesis it is much easier to clean. It depends even from the patient. So usually, if you place 4 implants in the upper jaw and 5 implants in the lower jaw, I do prefer to use a fixed prosthesis, even for biomechanical point of view, because the stress, the overloading at the loading at the level of the implant is more with an hybrid prosthesis than with a fixed prosthesis.
I know I'm extending the purview to a prosthodontist answer.
Yeah.
In this case, you mentioned, would you opt for a shortened arch approach?
Exactly.
Yeah?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so here's the next question. Success rate for endogain plus bone graft, stage 3 and stage 4 periodontitis.
So I try to change a bit the question.
Yes.
So with endogain and bios, in general, you can obtain a success in the more than 90% of the clinical cases if the outcome is 4 millimeter of residual probing pocket depth.
4, okay.
For 3 millimeter, we are around 60 to 65% of the success.
Okay.
So this is the reason, because I want to underline that in a lot of cases, when I plan a regenerative procedure with my patient, I do prefer to say them that probably 1 year later we will need an osteosective surgery in order to reduce the probing pocket, the residual probing pocket depth.
Okay. What are the considerations, which I'm sure you answered in your presentation, considerations to be considered by the periodontist if the case is going for orthodontics, which I think in your cases you already explained.
Yeah.
Apical bone resorption post-orthodontic treatment in a periodontally compromised patient. How do we manage it?
Usually the orthodontic treatment as the main issue is to treat elongation, drifting, and flaring. So it means that you take the anterior teeth in the more palatal position. So it means that you can increase the quality of the buccal cortical bone plate. But of course, you have to evaluate the clinical case together with the orthodontist before to start. And then this is a very important issue. So probably more than related to the bone is more related to the soft tissue. Because if you have a movement in the buccal direction, but this is not the case in perio patient, but in patient not affected by periodontitis, you have to consider carefully soft tissue. Okay. So probably the question was related to this, to this kind of patient. Yeah. And then, of course, sometimes we prefer to improve the thickness of the soft tissue before to do the orthodontic therapy.
The next question is your protocol to place implants in an uncontrolled diabetic patient.
I don't place.
Short answer will be.
I don't place implant in uncontrolled diabetic patients.
I thought that would be the answer.
I don't want to have problems.
Okay, let us now elaborate and see the safe window of HbA1c count as to when would you do it fearlessly and when you do under caution.
In diabetic patients.
In diabetic patients.
If the glycate hemoglobin is less than 6, you are completely safe. Between 6 and 7, you are in the gray zone. More than 7, you have to take care. Okay. So it means that in patients with diabetes type 2, in treatment with diet, metformin is plain sailing. In patients in treatment with insulin, it is better to.
I too find that if
to control,
yes.
to control better, to listen the endocrinologist in order to analyze carefully the behavior of the glycemia.
Okay. One more question is, in implant therapy, the use of chlorhexidine on the day of surgery, because one data suggests interference, like you mentioned, in the fibronectin formation.
Okay, I use chlorhexidine pre-surgically in order to reduce the bacterial load.
Pre-procedural rinse.
As always. Even for conventional treatment. After surgery, not only in implant therapy, but even in all the surgery, I would prefer to avoid to use chlorhexidine for at least 24 hours. Because there are some indication in the literature that chlorhexidine can reduce the fibroblastic activity, and so I prefer to wait 24, 36 hours before to prescribe chlorhexidine. But what it is very, very important is what you said, that they have to take care to use chlorhexidine at least half an hour after they brush their teeth, because in some toothpaste there are molecules that can inactivate chlorhexidine, and so this is useful.
A question related to your tip of subjecting the abutment to steam when the laboratory returns. So healing abutment, we have a tendency of reusing healing abutments. Though after autoclaving and pouching, would you suggest they too undergo steaming?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. If you want to use again, you have to clean very well with electrolytic liquid in ultrasonic machines to wash properly and then to sterilize this wound healing abutment.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
another question related to splinting. We had a similar question in Hyderabad.
Yeah.
So when you recommend splinting, would it be 2 stages of splinting, one before therapy and one long term?
I use splinting for long term when there is no improving of the mobility at the end of the therapy, despite of inflammation control and occlusal checking, or temporarily when I need to do some periodontal reconstruction. So because class stability is fundamental, and so I prefer to stabilize the tooth for a couple of months, 2-3 months, and then we'll see.
Okay. We will come to the questions from the hall. Any questions from the hall now? We've taken questions, but we removed. Yes, please. Can you give the mic there, please? It will be a good idea to introduce yourself and let us know how many years in practice, just for a...
Common question by patients. How long my implant is going to last? Can you just reply for this, please?
Patient question, your question.
Patient question.
Okay. So patient question, how long will my implant last? How do you answer in your clinic which a patient will ask you that?
For all his life.
Is it all his life?
For all his life. So if I place an implant,
I have to guide him, na?
For a
it
short
may last
time
for
frame.
6 years, 10 years or so, something like
So
that.
here's the tip I can share with you. If the patient is 85, tell him no problem, full life.
No.
Okay.
You are telling me right now, right?
Okay, but having said that,
Nice.
we always let the patient know. Ideally, as per current studies, it's supposed to last a lifetime. However, there are always failures happen, but various factors are there why they would fail. And let me reassure you, if it fails, if all condition is good after healing, I'll go ahead and place another implant at the same site. And my experience tells me, very rarely have 2 implants failed on the same site. So if you are the chosen one...
And are you going to do it free of cost for him?
All implants in our practice, and most of my friends now, warranted free for life. The reason being, implant companies are replacing implants free of cost. So all we are doing is forwarding that benefit to the patient.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Any question there from this side? Yes, please. Dost? There. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Yeah, my name is Dr. Viraj Nadkarni. I am 14 years into practice. And my question is, during the second stage of the implant surgery, when you expose the implants to place the healing abutment, the implant seems very stable. It's not moving at all. But in case if you see that any of the threads exposed labially, then what should be done in that case?
Good question. Invariably, in these 100 days, the chances are that you will find the bone either soft at the crest, or they already started to fall and expose the thread.
Okay.
Don't stop yourself from debriding that site. The idea is to mechanically ensure that there are no loose tissues, granulation tissue, clean it up, debride it well, use your chlorhexidine gel, place a healing abutment, re-inspect after 2 weeks. Don't be in a hurry. Delay your impression making by about 30 days. Let that collar form, then go ahead and make your impressions.
Okay, but is there any chance of grafting it?
Because I'll tell you why. It's going to be a crater. It's not like around the tooth. It's not a 1-wall, a 2-wall or 3-wall defect. It's a crater. And there's nothing to hold your graft. Where are you going to hold? For a graft to be placed there, there is need a cup-shaped defect.
Concavity, yeah.
There is no concavity there. That's why avoid. Just do a good debridement. And if at all you are so keen, slightly reflect the flap, minimally invasive, suture it, cover screw. Doesn't matter if you're going to uncover it again. So you get a chance for that tissue to form.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, here.
Hello, sir. I'm Dhaval Pandey. I'm a periodontist and I'm 18 years in clinical practice. My question to Professor Mario, first of all, excellent presentation, and we had a lot of take home from both the speakers' presentations today. My question to Professor Mario is, what is a specific indication for increasing the soft tissue height in terms of using a connective tissue graft in the posterior edentulous implant reconstructions which you mentioned?
No, there are no reason at all. So I increase a bit the connective tissue at the level of the case in area 2.3, 2.4, because we were in the anterior part on the smile line of the patient in an area in which were so critical the aesthetic demands of the patient. She was a young lady, and so we try to augment the volume of the tissue. In other case, we use the double layer buccally and crestally when we have some recession around implants, because it's very demanding to cover recession at the level of implant. And then we use this double layer, and sometimes we left inside connective tissue above the screw in order to augment too much the thickness. But this is for aesthetic reasons. In the posterior area, if you increase the transmucosal cone, in perio patient, you will increase the risk to have probing along the time. So you have to find a good balance. Usually I dislike to augment the depth of the transmucosal cone. I prefer to have transmucosal cone very shallow on this kind of patient. But if I understood, if you refer to this clinical case, it was a little bit challenged from the aesthetical point of view in an anterior area in which it is much more easier to clean. And the profile of the emergency of a monoradicular tooth, a cuspid, or a first premolar is completely different than in the posterior area in which you have to plant a molars on a single cylinder, in which it's much more difficult to clean in the area of the sulcus.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, do I see a hand raised anywhere? I see heads dropping.
Come on, it's Sunday. It's Sunday, Kumar.
I know.
It's Sunday.
So thank you very much
Sunday
on behalf
afternoon.
of...
They are very brave because at this time they are still here.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. You know, for a maxillofacial surgeon to have so much of care for the soft tissue is rare. So, Professor, thank you so much. Thank you.
Kumar.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you to everybody.
Enjoy the rest of the Sunday.
Bye.
It's been a pleasure having you over here. Thank you. Thank you, Helion. Thank you, technical team. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, remote centers. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And just before we leave, I would like to just ask all of you to just wait for a minute. And Dr. Kumaraswamy also, he came late, but we have to, we can't let him go like this, and we have to felicitate. So for that, can I just request Dr. Viraj Sanghvi to please join us on stage? And can we also have the bouquet? So much, Dr. Kumaraswamy. Thank you, and I would like to thank all of you over here and all the dentists who have joined us across 30 cities to basically grace this occasion. We request you to please share your feedback. I'm sure some of you have already done, but please help us to make such events much better, and we promise you that we'll keep on coming with similar events again and again. Thank you so much. Can I request our entire Helion Mumbai team to be on stage, please? Thank you everyone. Have a nice Sunday. Thank you.
you